Universitas Nusa Cendana in collaboration with University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Kala Papers, Third International Conference on Economic, Management, Accounting, and Tourism. Theme, Empowering Communities Through Sustainable Tourism, Bridging Local Action to Global Goals. Opening Speech. Keynote Speaker. Moderator. Speakers.
Sustainable tourism. To begin our event, let us enjoy a beautiful traditional dance from East Nusa Tenggara called Tari Okomama. Tari Okomama is a traditional dance from the Timor region that possesses unique characteristics as it is accompanied by traditional music with instruments. The meaning of Okomama is that it serves as a medium for conveying intention or messages from one party to another. Therefore, when someone wishes to express their intention or desire, they must offer Okomama to recipient before stating the message. Ladies and gentlemen, Tari Okomama. you here to stand up for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To audience, please stand up together. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with a prayer led by Miss Jacqueline Halada, SA MCOM.
I will lead us in prayer. Please allow me to lead in my beliefs in Christianity. Let us pray. Dear Lord, we humbly invite your presence into this conference as we gather to address challenges and make progress in our topics. Grant us your strength and wisdom to work together in harmony and achieve success according to your will. Heavenly Father, guide our discussions and decisions with your divine insight and clarity. May your peace reign in our hearts and minds, fostering a spirit of unity and cooperation. Thank you, Lord, for your faithfulness and presence in our midst. May this conference be productive and fruitful, advancing our efforts towards greater achievements for your glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Miss Jacqueline. Now we invite the head of Icemat 2025 Organizing Committee, Mr. Dominicus Aman, SAMM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Salve, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Distinguished Governor or the officer that represent Dr. Randus Petrus Serantahu, Honorable Rector, Prof. Maksanan, Vice Rectors, respected deans, government officials, esteemed keynote speakers from Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia, India, and Taiwan, dear participants from Nigeria, Malaysia, Philippines, Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, and all the students that are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and warm welcome to you. It is a both honor and a great pleasure for me, as the chairman of this committee, to extend my heartfelt greetings to each one of you. We are gathered today for a meaningful and timely event for the Third International Conference with the theme Empowering Communities Through Sustainable Tourism by Bridging Local Action to Global Goals. This international conference brings together brilliant minds and dedication professionals from across, with 67 online and 5 on offline presenters from countries. This event reflects the growing importance of global collaboration and academic exchange. The presence of our distinguished speakers from Indonesia, Asia, Australia, India, and Taiwan enriches this conference with diverse insights, perspective, and experience. We are also deeply honored by the presence of our regional leaders, including the governor or the representative, the rector, vice rector, deans, representative of our government, and related agency. Your support signifies strong commitment to advancing education, research, development in our fields of studies. This conference is just not a platform of sharing. It is a space for network buildings, fostering partnerships, inspiring future initiative, and a place where we can make real impacts in our societies and economies. On behalf of the organizing committees, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the rector of Undana, to the dean, vice dean of economic and business faculty, all participants, sponsor, and partners who have contributed to making event possible, and last but not least, my fellow committee that has given all their best in holding this conference. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, connect, and grow together. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Dominicus Aman, SAMM, for comprehensive report. Now we would like to welcome the Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Professor Dr. Hewan Maksanam MSc, to give welcome speech and officially open this conference by striking gong.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, salve, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Distinguished participants, speakers, and honored guests, let me give my honor to the list of persons that are present in this room, or even maybe those who are join us with through online. Professor J. Well from University Kebangsaan Malaysia is there. Okay. Dr. Eryadi Masli from Swinburne University, Australia. Professor Laksmaya Bhotia from Rector of Mulsi Institute of Business Management. And Professor Madiadatin Nur binti Abdullah, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dan yang saya hormati juga Bapak Gubernur, dalam hal ini diwakili oleh staf ahli Gubernur bidang politik, Bapak Dr. Andus Petrus Seran Tahuk, Deans of Faculty of Economic and Business, with all the vice deans, lectures, and vice rector too, Professor Paul. Vice rector 4, yeah, Professor Jeffrey, and all the deans, yeah, dean of Faculty of Agricultures, and all the distinguished participants, yeah, especially those who are coming from outside entity Kupang. We have our brothers from Aceh, from Jambi, and what else? Where else? Java and then Pasar, maybe, Bali, maybe. Yeah. And of course, again, our colleagues and friends from Malaysia, India, and maybe from Australia. Please receive my warm greetings to all of you present at this third international conference on economics, management, accounting, and tourism, held under the theme Empowering Communities Through Sustainable Tourism, Bridging Local Actions with Global Goals. It is truly an honor and privilege to address you on such a timely and significant topics. I think for this year we have this conference. This is already the third time we had this conference, but this year we held a completely different atmosphere. I think the first one and the second one we held the meetings in the hotels. Yeah. The second one, last time we held the conference in Labuan Bajo, yeah, Ibu Dekat, is that, and all of us know about the reasons, especially from Indonesian side, but from our distinguished guests from outside Indonesia, or from overseas, uh, it is because of a change in the policy of the national policy that we have to make a kind of efficiency in spending all the budget in all aspects, including in the university budgets. So I hope even we conduct this conference, this seminar in this slightly small rooms, but it not reduce the silence and the uh, real purpose of having this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, uh, as we know that tourism is a strategic sector that not only contributes to the economic growth, but also plays crucial roles in promoting sustainable development. And tourism as well that can bring peoples from everywhere. They will come to know the place that maybe they never imagined before. How to tourism can collect every peoples, can be a media where people from everywhere they can join together, they will know each other's, they will become more, provide tolerance and understandings about the uniqueness of other peoples, the uniqueness of local communities. Because sometimes we also consider that tourism, we look from the point of view about how tourism can bring the money to the nations or to the regions. But we forget about the other side, other benefits of tourism. I think the themes of this conference is very important. How we treat the tourism sectors in the way that it should be like that. Yeah. We develop tourisms, but we have to make sure that the local community should not left behind. Otherwise, how much the developed tourism can grow, can be reached. But if we put the local community left behind, then it means nothing. So sustainable development is a very important because now we face challenge about how tourism can provide effect, not only positive effect but also negative effect to the community and also to the environments. We read in the news about even in Italia, yeah, the government have bans the tourists to come to the side. I forget Italia or the Spain, yeah. I mean, we could remember. That's because there's so many people come to the place, and then people, local community, facing the problems of the shortage of water and etc. So we develop the tourisms, but we also consider about the right of the communities and also how the environment is also should be keep in the natural states. Ladies and gentlemen, from an economic perspective, sustainable tourism creates jobs, opportunities, increases regional income, and strengthens the roles of MSMEs. Socially, the active involvement of the communities in planning and decision-making process fosters a sense of ownership and ensures the sustainability of programs. I have mentioned before about this. Environmentally, we are challenged to continuously promote responsible and ecological conscious tourism practices. We also witnesses in the social media about Bali, for examples, how the local peoples they are feeling something I mean, not happy about the behaviors of the tourists because they come with the different cultures, different perceptions of behaviors. And this is a kind of negative aspect that can contribute to the development of tourism. So I think and I believe that through this conference, there will come up lots of new ideas how we can propose a recommendation, especially to the governments, how we develop tourisms, but tourisms that give appreciation to the local community and have responsibility to the sustainable environment. I believe that the ideas and insights emerging from this forum will provide valuable contributions toward enhancing the governance of sustainable tourism, ultimately improving the well-being of communities at large. Through these opportunities, I also want to give appreciation and big thanks to our partners that have been mentioned by the chairmen of the community from University of Kebangsaan Malaysia and also from Universitas Batanghari Jambi, who acting as the partners to conduct this conference. And also, of course, big thank to the present and contributions to all our friends and colleagues from different universities. Without your presence, then no one is present in this room. Yeah, it's only lectures from Faculty of Economic Business, especially from the management departments. So we really thankful and appreciate our guests from overseas and also from outside entity. So thank you very much for your presence and please pass my regards to the leaders, your leaders, rectors or deans from the institution where you come from. In closing, I congratulate and wish great success for the third Icemat. Icemat or Icemat. Yeah, it sounds like Icemat is Icemat. Yeah, Icemat. Yeah, Icemat. Icemat. May this conference bring inspirations, broaden collaborative networks, and generate strategic recommendations for a more sustainable future in tourism. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya Salve. Salam kebajikan and salam sehat untuk kita semua. God bless us.
I invite Rector to open this conference by striking the gong. I will be counting down. And now, please join me in counting down. 3, 2, now please join me in counting down. 3, 2, 1. Give applause. The third International Conference on Economic, Management, Accounting, and Tourism is now officially open. Thank you, Professor, and thank you, viewer. Now, we would like to welcome our speaker, the Governor of East Nusa Tenggara, or representative, Dr. Randus Petrus Sarantahu. Time, it's yours.
Pertama-tama sebelum saya membacakan sambutan Bapak Gubernur, perkenankan kami sedikit menyampaikan fungsi gubernur sebagai wakil pemerintah pusat di daerah kurang lebih ada 6 fungsi, yaitu fungsi yang berkaitan dengan urusan pertahanan keamanan, urusan hukum, urusan pertanahan, urusan politik luar negeri, urusan moneter, dan yang terakhir adalah urusan agama. Urusan agama ini include di dalamnya banyak urusan, termasuk urusan antar suku, ras, golongan. Pada hakikatnya keenam urusan ini diemban gubernur sebagai wakil pemerintah pusat di daerah untuk memelihara persatuan dan kesatuan dan memelihara toleransi antar umat beragama dan toleransi hidup berbangsa dan bernegara. Lalu yang kedua, sebelum kami membacakan sambutan gubernur, perkenankan kami menyampaikan bahwa oleh karena prosedur formal, maka sambutan gubernur kami sampaikan dalam bahasa nasional kita, bahasa Indonesia, sebagai salah satu faktor pemersatu keutuhan bangsa dan negara kita. Lalu yang ketiga, kami mewakili gubernur hari ini berdiri di hadapan forum ilmiah yang kami banggakan dan kami hormati ini, oleh karena Bapak Gubernur hari ini sedang memimpin atau memoderasi langsung dialog kurang lebih rapat kerja 18 kementerian lembaga baik secara online maupun offline saat ini di gedung Eltari kantor gubernur. Oleh karena itu, perkenankan kami membacakan sambutan Gubernur Nusa Tenggara Timur, dan kalau seandainya diminta keynote speaker, bagian dari sambutan ini adalah inti dan poin yang akan disampaikan Bapak Gubernur. Terima kasih. Sambutan Gubernur Nusa Tenggara Timur pada program The 10th International Conference of Economic Management, Accounting and Tourism 2025. Rabu 6 Agustus 2025, Aula Rektorat Undana Kupang. Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Nusa Tenggara, Bapak Profesor Meksanam, para rektor perguruan tinggi negeri dan perguruan tinggi swasta di Kota Kupang yang diundang hadir atau yang mewakili, para rektor provinsi lain, terutama yang hadir dari Aceh, Jambi, dan tentu yang ikut dalam online atau Zoom beberapa provinsi sebagaimana disebutkan, termasuk perwakilan dari negara-negara tetangga yang ikut serta mengikuti konferensi ini. Ketua Panitia The Icemat 2025 yang kami hormati, para keynote speaker beberapa profesor yang hadir yang tidak sanggup atau tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu, memperkokoh keilmihan konferensi ini. Profesor Media Dr. C. W. dari Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia yang dalam hal ini hadir secara Zoom, dan perwakilan yang hadir Dok dari Swinburne University, Profesor Martin R. Pelukila dari Undana, Profesor Laksamaya Botia, Rector of Mulsi Institute of Business Management India, Dr. Robin Chen, National Taipei University. Welcome to Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara. Profesor Madya Datin Dr. Nur Abdullah, University of Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dr. Abdul Rani dari Nira Aceh, Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Nusa Tenggara dan jajaran, para peserta The Icemat 2025 yang hadir, antara lain dari berbagai kalangan intelektual dan perguruan tinggi di Kota Kupang, segenap sivitas akademika Universitas Nusa Tenggara, para insan pers dan media massa, singkatnya Bapak Ibu, para undangan sekalian yang kami hormati. Salve, Shalom, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat selalu. Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Atas kasih dan pernyataannya, kita semua dapat hadir dalam acara The Third International Conference of Economic Management and Accounting and Tourism 2025 hari ini. Saya menyampaikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada program studi manajemen Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Nusa Tenggara yang kembali menghadirkan forum ilmiah internasional ini, serta apresiasi kepada Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia sebagai mitra strategis dalam penyelenggaraan konferensi tahun ini. Tema yang diusung adalah Empowering Community through Sustainable Tourism, Bringing Local Action to Global Goals. Memberdayakan masyarakat melalui pariwisata berkelanjutan, menjembatani tindakan lokal ke tujuan lokal. Sangat relevan dengan dinamika perkembangan global dan realita saat ini, di mana kondisi hari ini kita harus bisa bagaimana berpikir lokal tapi menghasilkan dampak-dampak internasional dan bisa mendorong pertumbuhan di berbagai aspek dalam kehidupan di Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur. Kita menyadari bahwa pariwisata tidak lagi hanya dipandang sebagai sektor jasa yang menggerakkan ekonomi, tetapi juga sebagai instrumen pembangunan berkelanjutan yang mampu mengangkat harkat masyarakat, melestarikan budaya, dan menjaga kelestarian lingkungan. Sebagai provinsi kepulauan yang kaya akan keindahan alam, budaya, dan keberagaman hayati, Nusa Tenggara Timur memiliki modal besar untuk menjadi model praktek pariwisata berkelanjutan. Namun tantangan yang kita hadapi tentu tidak kecil. Karena itu gagasan untuk menjembatani aksi lokal ke tujuan global menjadi sangat penting. Bahwa langkah-langkah yang kita lakukan di tingkat lokal, terutama di tingkat komunitas dan daerah ini, harus selaras dengan kerangka kerja Sustainable Development Goals dunia sebagai cita-cita dunia saat ini. Hadirin yang saya hormati, konferensi internasional ini bukan sekedar ajang akademik untuk mempresentasikan riset dan inovasi, tapi ini adalah wadah pertemuan, pemikiran, pertukaran pengalaman, dan pembentukan jejaring kolaborasi lintas universitas, lintas negara, lintas provinsi, lintas disiplin ilmu, dan lintas sektor ilmu pengetahuan. Dari aspek lingkup manajemen ekonomi pembangunan, akuntansi dan ekonomi digital, e-governance, ekonomi hijau, pariwisata, administrasi bisnis, kewirausahaan ekonomi pertanian, hingga digitalisasi, semua aspek ini akan saling terhubung dan dapat memperkuat ekosistem pembangunan daerah dan dunia. Saya meyakini empowerment atau pemberdayaan masyarakat yang dimaksud dalam tema ini bukan sekedar memberikan akses pada sumber daya ekonomi, melainkan juga menciptakan ruang bagi masyarakat untuk menjadi aktor dalam proses pembangunan. Dengan keterlibatan aktif masyarakat, pariwisata berkembang tanpa mengorbankan nilai-nilai budaya dan lingkungan. Lebih dari itu, konferensi ini menjadi kesempatan untuk menghubungkan dunia akademik dan dunia terapan dalam praktek-praktek penyelenggaraan pemerintahan. Penelitian-penelitian yang dihasilkan di ruang kelas dan laboratorium harus dapat diimplementasikan dalam kebijakan publik, strategi bisnis, dan program-program pemberdayaan yang berkelanjutan. Publikasi konferensi ini baik dalam bentuk proceeding maupun dalam bentuk jurnal terindeks maupun dalam beberapa jurnal lokal sangat diperlukan untuk memberi narasi kepada masyarakat Nusa Tenggara Timur. Hadirin yang saya hormati, kolaborasi antara Undana dan Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia, Swinburne University, Musisi Institute of Business Management India, serta National Taipei University juga menunjukkan bahwa pembangunan pariwisata berkelanjutan memerlukan kerjasama lintas batas universitas dan lintas batas negara. Isu perubahan iklim, transformasi digital, dan pengolahan sumber daya adalah tantangan bersama yang membutuhkan solusi inovatif. Saya mendorong agar para peneliti, akademisi, mahasiswa, dan praktisi, pelaku industri, dan pemerintahan yang hadir dalam forum ini dapat memanfaatkan momen ini sebaik-baiknya. Jadikan konferensi ini sebagai ruang untuk berbagi ilmu pengetahuan, membangun kemitraan baru, dan menciptakan inovasi yang dapat diaplikasikan di lapangan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, pemerintah Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur berkomitmen untuk mendukung inisiatif yang sejalan dengan visi pembangunan berkelanjutan. Kami mendorong investasi yang ramah lingkungan, pelatihan sumber daya manusia, pariwisata berbasis kompetensi, serta promosi destinasi yang mengedepankan kualitas dan keberlanjutan. Gerakan seperti Beli NTT, One Village, One Product, NTT saat ini, termasuk NTT Mart yang sedang dalam proses menggalakkan kemajuannya, serta berbagai support untuk support tourism, salah satunya adalah Tour de NTT yang akan diselenggarakan dalam waktu dekat, adalah contoh nyata untuk memajukan ekonomi daerah dan pemberdayaan masyarakat lokal. Melalui penguatan pariwisata yang berbasis budaya alam maupun olahraga, kami mendorong terciptanya rantai nilai yang menguntungkan masyarakat, mulai dari peningkatan kunjungan wisata, promosi produk lokal, perusahaan pasar UMKM, perluasan pasar UMKM, hingga pembukaan lapangan kerja yang baru. Dengan cara ini, pariwisata menjadi motor penggerak ekonomi daerah yang tidak hanya memberikan manfaat finansial, tetapi juga memperkuat identitas budaya dan kelestarian lingkungan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, harapan saya hasil dari konferensi ini tidak hanya berhenti dalam publikasi maupun disimpan dalam perpustakaan universitas, tetapi benar-benar bisa menjadi bahan referensi rujukan untuk pemerintah Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Timur, karena kebijakan gubernur saat ini berbasis utama pada rujukan ilmiah sebagai proses pengambilan keputusan. Dengan demikian, local action yang kita lakukan hari ini akan berdampak nyata pada global goals yang kita cita-citakan bersama, yaitu dunia yang lebih sejahtera, adil, dan berkelanjutan. Akhirnya saya ucapkan selamat mengikuti the third Icemat 2025. Semoga diskusi, presentasi, dan jejaring dan jalinan hubungan antar intelektual dan antar perguruan tinggi yang diwadahi dalam konferensi ini dapat berlangsung dalam bimbingan Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa. Selamat berkonferensi dan berkolaborasi. Tuhan memberkati kita sekalian. Ayo bangun Nusa Tenggara Timur. Salve, Shalom, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat. Sekian dan terima kasih Gubernur Nusa Tenggara Timur Emmanuel Melkiades Lakalena SSI APT tertanda dan diberi cap. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Andus Petrus Sarantahuk, for your support and encouragement. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the MOA signing ceremony between Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Nusa Cendana and Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Batanghari Jambi. This MOA reflects a strong commitment to academic collaboration, research, and education. We invite Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Nusa Cendana, the representative Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Batanghari Jambi. This MOE will be witnessed by Rector and Vice Rector Universitas Nusa Cendana. Ladies and gentlemen, the MOA has been officially signed. We hope that partnership bring collaboration in the future. Belum, saya panggil sebelum. Now we will proceed give souvenir to our distinguished guests and take some photos. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with souvenir to our distinguished guests and take some photos. I invite the representative, the government of Nusa Tenggara Timur, Dr. Andus Petrus Serantahuk, and the second, Dr. Robin Chen from Taiwan, the third, representative of Universitas Batanghari Jambi, and the last, Dr. Paulina Amtiran. Please come to the stage to receive the souvenir. Okay, thank you. We will proceed give souvenir. Please, yeah, please sit again. I invite the governor of East Nusa Tenggara or representative, the second, Dr. Robin Chen from Taiwan, the third, representative of Universitas Batanghari, and the last, Dr. Paulina Amtiran. Please come to the stage to receive the souvenir. I also invite Profesor Dr. Hewan Maksanam, MSc, Bapak Dominikus Aman SEMM, Ibu Dr. Apriana Fanggidae, dan Ibu Debriana Salean SEMSI. Please come to the stage and give souvenir to our distinguished and take photos. Bapak Dominikus, Ibu Dekan. Next, Bapak Dominikus Aman to Universitas Batanghari. And the last, Ibu Debriana Salean SEMSI to Ibu Dr. Paulina Amtiran. From the to the governor of East Nusa Tenggara.
Tidak mungkin yang punya rumah silakan dalam orang dalam rumah mereka.
Thank you very much. Please sit down again. Now we continue our agenda. To begin the plenary session, let me introduce you our moderator who will guide us for the seminars. Today, our moderator is Miss Josefina Dae, STMIT. She is currently a lecturer at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Nusa Cendana, special in Information Management and Marketing Management. Miss Josefina holds a bachelor degree in Pneumatic Engineering from Universitas Sanata Dharma and a master's degree in Information Management from Queensland University of Technology, Australia. Her academic interest in digital marketing, information system, and local development. Please welcome Miss Josefina Dae, STMIT.
Thank you, Donald. Very good morning, everyone. The Honorable Governor of East Nusa Tenggara Province, represented by Regional Secretary of East Nusa Tenggara Province, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana, the Honorable co-host from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Universitas Batanghari Jambi, and Mulsi Institute of Business Management, Pune, India, the Honorable Deans, Vice Deans, and Head of Institutional Units, distinguished speakers, and esteemed participants. I'm Josefina, and I'm the moderator for the panel session on this third Icemat 2025. Today's conference theme is Empowering Communities Through Sustainable Tourism, Bridging Local Action to Global Goals. Tourism has become a significant driver of economic growth, cultural exchange, and environmental conservation. This international conference aims to serve as a platform for academics, policymakers, and industry practitioners to explore how community-driven tourism can be leveraged to achieve sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Therefore, we already have 6 distinguished speakers who are experts on their field related to today's topic. 2 speakers are gathering with us in this hall offline, and other 4 speakers are joining us virtually. To save the time, I would like to invite Dr. Paulina Amtiran and Robin Chen, PhD, to join me on the stage. Well, for information, this panel session is divided into 2 parts. The first part is presentation of the materials by the speakers, and the second part is Q&A discussion. The first part will take around 1.5 hours, and the second part was for Q&A is around 30 minutes. For the offline participants, during Q&A, you can just raise up your hands, and then you can just ask questions directly to the speakers. But for the online participants, you can just type your questions on the chat box, and we will read and deliver to the speakers your question. So now we are going to start the first part of this session. I'm going to introduce the first speaker from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Prof. Madya Dr. C. Anissa binti Cewel. Prof. Dr. C. Anissa is an associate professor in Pusat Kajian Penciptaan Nilai dan Kesejahteraan Insan, Fakulti Ekonomi dan Pengurusan. Her expertise is in customer relationship marketing and retailing management. Completing her Master of Science Marketing from University Putra Malaysia and finished her PhD from University Putra Malaysia under SLAB and UKM scholarship. Professor Dr. C. Anissa Cewel will deliver material about tourism marketing and sustainable tourist destination. Well, good morning, Dr. C. Anissa. Can we see from the Zoom, please? Good morning, Dr. C. Anissa.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you, Dr. C, for joining us in this conference. Okay, you can have 15 minutes to present, and you can start now, and you can share the screen by yourself.
Can you see my screen now? Sorry.
Yes, we already.
Okay. Okay, so I will start. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everybody who are joining this conference, whether physically and virtually. So I will go through the topics that I'm going to deliver today is on tourism marketing and also and sustainable tourism destinations. So in marketing, when we talk about tourism, is more like of the destinations marketing. So as we see in the picture, destination marketing is we are trying to promote a destinations to be to serve as a product in that we're going to sell. So this is an example of Explore Indonesia 2025. So this is about Visit Malaysia 2026, Malaysia Truly Asia, and so on. Okay, what is tourism marketing? So when we talk about tourism marketing, is a we are trying to market the tourism destination as a product. So a product. Destination as a product. But when you go down to a specific tourism product and services that tourists should avail to complete a tourist experience. So they are going to that particular place, but it involve everybody else who are in that particular place. So the product include transportation. So what transportation they're going to go, the types of accommodations that they will stay in. Okay, the food and beverage, attractions, amenities, souvenir shops, all things that serve a complete package of that destinations. So what is tourism actually selling them? So tourism is not a single product, it's a combinations of product, okay, and services which result in holistic experience for the traveler or for a tourist. So when we talk about the sustainable tourism, so the logic behind sustainable tourism is about the lies between the balance between the needs of a tourist, okay, the environment, and also the local community to ensure that there is a positive and a lasting impact that we're going to leave. Okay, so the point here is how we going to make a balance between the people, the planet, and also the profit that we are going to have. Okay, so the sustainability is the intersect between the balance of that three. Yeah? Okay. Sorry. Okay, so why sustainable tourism? Okay, as what being discussed before, the impact of tourism to the industry and the economy. Okay, so of course, when you have a good tourism destination, it give the it will boom the economy in that certain place. So and then economic benefit of tourism come from a local business generating revenue, okay, community investment in business and more revenue because come from a tourist spending. So also what happened to the destination itself when over tourism happened. So this is the negative impact that we don't want. So that's why we need to move from what we already experience now to a sustainable tourism. So this is also an example of the harm that tourism have bring to a certain destinations or place that we are trying to avoid through sustainable tourism. So also we don't want the social economic impact of tourism. What are the impact that tourism give to a local community? So this is about all the global scenario that happen in the tourism industry itself. Okay, when we talk about that, okay, so why we need sustainable tourism? Because we're going to minimize the negative impact, okay, of a tourism, while we also try to maximize the benefit of tourism so that our future generation can also enjoy the destinations and also the culture of that particular place. So, however, to do so is not a easy task. So it involves considering economic, social, environmental factors to achieve a harmonious balance. So how are we going to do that? Okay, so how are we going to do that? So sustainable tourism is about marketing combine the principle of sustainable tourism development with a strategy to promote responsible travel destinations. So it focuses on attracting visitors. So we try to attract as many as visitors that we come, but we try to minimize the negative impact on environment, social, and also economic. Okay, so how are we going to do that? So in doing so, okay, we try to look at the what is sustainable tourism have to focus on. So sustainable tourism consider the long-term impact of a tourism, again to the environment, society, culture, and also economy. So it aims to meet the needs of a current tourist. Yes, what our tourists want, what the maximum that we can get, that they can get when they are visiting that particular place. Okay, and also the host. The host means that the local community who going to host that tourists who come to their place. But we also want to protect our future opportunities. So it encompasses environmental protections, economic viability, and also social cultural responsibility. So we try to make a balance between these four rules of a sustainable tourism marketing that we need to play. Okay, so I will go one by one so that we try to maximize whatever that we can do to make sure that our tourism industry become a sustainable tourism industry. So number one, okay, we need to shift from exploitative to responsible marketing. So we look at this place, if you look at the picture, so this is what the local community say: tourists, your luxury trip is our daily misery if happen to be over tourism. Okay, sustainable marketing aims to move away from a purely profit-driven. If we are talking about profit-driven, it will turn out to be over tourism. So how we can control that so that we can be a responsible marketing. So we need to move away from profit-driven marketing toward practices that will benefit all stakeholders. okay, that are involved in this place. Okay, and then we move to the next one, understanding the market needs. So who are the market? So it involved understanding the need of both the tourists and also the host community to develop an appropriate sustainable product and also marketing strategy. So here we come up with a community-based tourism. So community-based tourism is tourism management model that put a local community at the center of the process. So in terms of planning, okay, by a local community, okay, decision making by local community, okay, how much tourist number they can they can accept so that it will not happen over tourism. So also a management by a local community. So tourism is a tool for empowering local communities so that it makes a balance between what we need, the money that we need, and also the sustainability agenda that we need to focus on. So encompassing several types of tourism, not limited to a rural village. So local lifestyles, old towns, nature, adventure, luxury tourism, and so on. Okay, and then the next ones, okay, promoting sustainable practices. So sustainable marketing highlight eco-friendly product, services, and also destination. So sustainable practice in tourism, okay, number one, eco-tourism and community-based tourism. Okay, so that we don't want the over exploitations of that particular place. We try to focus on a community base. Okay, number two, certifications of programs and level. So we need to some sort of give a recognitions to a local community that emphasis on a sustainable practices. Okay, and then so that the tourist itself can recognize. So this is the community base who are emphasis on a, for example, eco-tourism practice, and those who are not participate in that. Okay, and number three is educational experience. Sorry, number three is a waste reduction and recycling. Okay, so the local community should also be empowered to reduce the waste and also to encourage recycling. Okay, and number four is about preserving a cultural heritage. Okay, for example, how if over tourism happen, okay, we cannot control what are the negative impact that the tourism activity will harm that particular place. So that's why we need to preserve our cultural heritage. Okay, number five is transportation and carbon footprint. Okay, we need to minimize that, and also the educational experiences. Okay, and then we move to the sorry. Okay, so I think I have missed out. Okay, so number four is educating and engaging visitors. Okay, visitors is, of course, visitors is our customers. So which is here we are talking about the tourists who come. Okay, it focuses on how we're going to educate the tourists about sustainable travel options that we are offering to them and encouraging a responsible behavior. Okay, so we try to make sure that, for example, support local community. Okay, instead of they go to stay in a five-star hotel, okay, that's experience the local community, the homestay, for example, that being offered by local community at that particular place. Okay, respect wildlife. Okay, we try to make sure that they are whenever place that they are going to, they have to respect whatever the wildlife or the what you call it, the environmental things that happen on that that are available at that place. Okay, and minimize waste. Okay, we try to make sure that everything is at a proper place. Okay, and opt for eco-friendly accommodations. Okay, and then so that is number four. Okay, and number five is about the building partnership. So it fosters collaboration among tourism businesses, local community, and also government to ensure sustainable development. So here we need to really determine, or we need to make sure who are actually the tourism stakeholder that involved in that particular place. So what I try to presented here is is overall stakeholders, tourism stakeholders. But when we go to a specific place, for example, it might we need to recognize who are the tourism stakeholders for that particular destination or place, so that we can sort of try to integrate, okay, whatever activities that we need to do, so that the partnership between all the tourism business, local community, and governments on the what are the activities that we need to reduce or we need to balance up, okay, to make sure that we do not give harm to the community and also to the environmental to the environment at that particular place. Okay, and then so this is an example of a sustainable tourism marketing. Okay, that I think I have messed up that. Okay, promoting homestay that support local community, highlighting eco lounge, okay, or sustainable accommodations, encouraging responsible wildlife tourism practice, okay, showcasing cultural experience that benefit local community, using storytelling to connect with travelers and also emotional level and promote authentic experience, and also developing and promoting sustainable transportation options that the traveler can have. Okay, and then based on that 5 things that I already presented, okay, shifting from exploitative to responsible marketing, understanding the market needs, promoting sustainable practice, educating and engaging visitors, and also building partnerships. So what's next? Okay, what we need to do, what marketing can do to support this sustainable tourism. So in this case, integrated marketing communications should play a critical role. Okay, so there are 6 role that can be played by a integrated marketing communications. Okay, number 1, we need to inform and engage customer in sustainability. Okay, and number 2, the promotion to support strategic sustainable objective, okay, so that we are no longer being exploitative. Okay, we need to be to think of the balance between profit and also sustainability. Okay, number 3, champion sustainable product. Whatever product that we sustainable product that we have, we need to bring them to the front. Okay, and number 4, promote intangible heritage at that particular place. So that this is the task of a local community to identify and to bring it to the local governments to make sure that, so this is something that we need to promote in that particular place. Okay, reposition your destinations. Yeah, we want to have profit out of that tourism industry, but we need to reposition it. Okay, here reposition here, I mean that you need to make a balance. Okay, if you can only receive 100 tourists at certain time, you need to make a limit. Okay, so that over tourism do not happen, because over tourism, as we understood that, we go back to square one. Okay, if you think about money, we go back to square one. We need to be to make a balance between that. Yes, this is our destination that we want tourists to come, but at a certain period of time, this is a number of tourists that we can accept, so that tourists can the tourists can what you call it, can embrace whatever that local community can give them, and local community also will enjoy the time because of their daily activities are not being interrupted with the number of tourists that come into their place, so that it will be at a natural setting. Okay, so the number of tourists that come to the place will not interrupt daily activities of a local community. Okay, and also the promotion should be responsible. Okay, yes, we need to promote our place, our destinations, but we need to make a balance between that. So I think that's all from me, and I will give back to the chair of the day. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Che Anissa. Please give applause for Dr. Che Anissa from University Kebangsaan Malaysia for the interesting presentation. Okay, and please, Dr. Che Anissa, you can stay with us in the Zoom meeting until the Q&A session. Okay, so now we move to the second speaker from Australia, Dr. Eryadi Kamasli. Please give applause to Dr. Eryadi Kamasli. Dr. Eryadi Kamasli is a senior lecturer in entrepreneurship and innovation at Swinburne University of Technology, Australia. His multidisciplinary research focuses on venture financing, frugal innovation, financial inclusion, and sustainability. He has published in top journals and co-authored books. With extensive industry experience as an investment banker and co-founder of tech startups, he also advises governments and sits on academic boards, bridging academia and practice. Dr. Eryadi Kamasli will speak about frugal innovation, catalyzing community empowerment in sustainable tourism. So very good morning, Dr. Eryadi.
Good morning, Ibu, moderator. Thank you very much for the invitation to talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Eryadi, you have 15 minutes to present and the time is yours.
Thank you very much. I thought that I will have 45 minutes, so I make 37 PowerPoint because the Pak Donald tell me that I have 45 minutes. That was a
45 minutes is included with the Q&A session,
Yes.
Dr.
So
Yes,
I
thank you.
speed up my presentation, and I have to apologize after this presentation. I have another meeting, but I try to come back 1 hour later to join the Q&A. So thank you again. Okay, so my name is Eryadi Kamasli. I'm from the Swinburne University of Technology, Melbourne, Australia. I'm Indonesian actually. And right now in Melbourne is very cold. I wish I am in Indonesia right now to enjoy the warm weather in Labuan Bajo. So my topic today is about frugal innovation, catalyzing community empowerment in sustainable tourism. So that's based on my book that I published in 2020 with my college. So that's the title of the book was Frugal Innovation and the NPD Process. But this book is, we look at what is going on, so the NPD process, new product development process in Indonesia, but it's mostly on the product one. So I try to look at this for my research in the frugal innovation in the tourism. Why? Because right now, the tourism is a global economy. You can see that how the tourism played a big role in the economic development. As the representative governor talk about how this tourism bring the wealth to the society and especially the economic impact. But at the same time, also have this, the first is the impact to the environment and social footprint to the society. This is what Dr. Anissa mentioned previously. So a lot of my talk today is interact with what Professor Anissa mentioned from the previous presentation. The second one of the why is urgency is challenging. So because right now, in the past, we talk about tourism is always not, it's very exclusive. How we bring this tourism inclusive? How can tourism truly benefit all community, not just the one who own the big capital from the big corporate, but how the local community also can benefit. And this local community usually is a resource constraint. And the last one is how to link with the SDG. So how this tourism will link to the SDG 1, poverty, 8, decent works, 10, reduce inequality, 11, cities, and 12, responsible consumption, maybe also include 13, climate change. So this is the urgency of this topic. So what I will try to introduce is using the frugal innovations. So what is the frugal innovation? As you can see from the photo that I show you, there's mostly it's a product. The first one is the incubator for the baby. If you talk about the incubator, mostly it's a very, very, very expensive. It costs like $40,000. You need electricity. But the people in the rural area, there's no electricity. And where's the baby born prematurely cannot have the access to the incubator. So mortality rate of the baby is very high. So there's a product is called a frugal product. A group of the innovator from Stanford University student create this kind of the incubator that we thought using the electricity, but can save the baby. So until today, more than 200,000 baby in Nepal, Bhutan, they saved through this frugal product. And then, of course, you can see on the right side of my picture, there's a very GE ultrasound, the very, very expensive one. Again, this can cost more than $100,000. So mostly developed country will using that one. But how about in the developing country where they don't have the resource constraint? So the company, GE, also come up with the product that cheaper, but all the functionality is good enough. So the cost is also quite cheap, it's less than $10,000. So compared to $100,000 to less than $10,000. So the core tenet of the frugal innovation is doing more and better with less. So that is a frugal innovation. So definition of the frugal innovation is so the first one is the development of the more affordable and the core functional product for consumer living in the BOP market, bottom of the pyramid market. So the second tourism, this is more on the tourism focus because that one in the beginning one is on the general definition of the frugal innovation product that I used to study, but now how we apply this one is tourism. So this one is that the frugal innovation will be the creating accessible essential value tourism product or service for or from resource constrained communities, optimizing core functionality, usability, and durability while minimizing cost and waste. So it's almost linked to what Dr. Anissa mentioned, some of the topic that Dr. Anissa mentioned. So people think frugal. When they talk the frugal, they think it's a cheap. Actually, it's not cheap, right? So frugal is not cheap. So the main characteristics of the frugal innovation is it should be affordable and should be simplicity, simple, and have the core functionality focus, robustness and durable and sustainable, users friendly, user centricity, and resource optimization. So it's not the cheap product, because the frugal innovation also can be the very high tech. For example, mobile application using very low data consumptions. So this is an example of one of the, I always using this example for when I talk about the frugal innovation, because people always think about the frugal innovation product is cheap. No, it also can go to high tech. So this is one of the product that my company, I have one startup in Australia. It's a deep tech to build the technology that to minimize the risk of the collapse of the mining, because Australia have the mining companies. So this product is a very high tech, but we're using this principle of the frugal innovation. So we coming out is durability, sustainable, user-centric, all the characteristic of the frugal innovation. We're using that what's called characteristic when we develop this product. So why focus on the BOP markets and community? So as you can see that the BOP market, that is the low-income consumer, that is earn less than $8 a day, mostly in the developing and emerging country. At the moment, there's more than 4 billion people in the global, in this market. So that's a huge, right? They are resource-constrained environments, so they're affecting their basic needs, the food, housing, healthcare, and energy. But in terms of in the context of tourism, these communities are often rich in culture and nature, right? Like in Nusa Tenggara Timur, in Labuan Bajo, it's so rich in the culture and nature. It's a beautiful place. But unfortunately, sometimes they lack resource, especially for local community to participate equitably in tourism value chain. So a lot of in the developing country, mostly because they are beautiful places, rich culture, but mostly the big people, company that have a big resources, big capital who benefit. So in the BOP market is, unfortunately, they don't have resources to participate equally in the tourism value, right? So we want to using these frugal innovations to empower this local community, not just as a witness or just as a outsider, but we want them as a provider, also benefit from this tourism development. So frugal innovations meet tourism. So this is to bridge the concept is to bridge the frugal innovation with the sustainable tourism. The shared goal of this between this frugal innovation and sustainable tourism is sustainability, that Anissa mentioned already, inclusivity with not just people with resources, but also people, local community with the constant resources, resource efficiency, and then local value creation is not just you try to use this local value and resilience. Now, frugal innovation can be used as a tool for achieving sustainable tourism, especially at the community level. So why the benefit for the community empowerment? From the economic point of view, that can lower the barrier to entry. So if the community can join in this development, and the local community can own the business and generate the income. So that's the economic. On the social one, they have a skill development for the local community, cultural preservation, like Dr. Anisha mentioned in previous talk, and improve the infrastructure, water, energy, right? Because we need the water supply, energy for the tourism. And in terms of the environment, try to reduce the waste, resource efficiency, and sustainable practice. And empowerment, this is very important, empowerment of the community. There's an agency, right? So that we empower the local community and make the decisions, have a leadership and collective action in the community, and bring the dignity and resilience to the community. So the frugal innovation, frugal product innovation in tourism, the concept is, remember, is always about affordable, durable, locally maintained goods, enhancing the tourism experience or community life. For the example, Prime Cook Stove, this is the product from Indonesia. they basically the cook shop using the instead of using the gas, they're using the product from the local material. So they use in the community kitchen, homestay, eco camp, and can reduce the fuel cost and smoke. So it's already this prime cook shop sold in a lot of countries in Africa and Indonesia actually. Another product that frugal innovation product is Tira Cupu Manik filter. It's a clean water access. Also, this is a safe water for the guest house, community center, and for tour. This is also for the non-for-profit. They're using the ceramic technology. So other example can be low-cost solar lantern for the eco lodge, upcycle furniture, art, and in the guest space. So this is the sample of the frugal product that is from Indonesia. I will. So frugal service innovation. So before we talk about the frugal product innovation, now talk about the frugal service innovation. So the concept is again delivering the core value efficiently, leveraging local resources and simple technology. For example, the community-led walking biking tour. So I've been to Vietnam. I have seen this one in Hoi An, one of the small town in Vietnam. So the community-led walking biking tour. I believe also Indonesia, they have this kind of the community-led walking and biking tour. Another one is mobile-based booking payment system for the homestay. This is using very low data. In Africa, it's very popular using this mobile-based booking and payment system. Share community transport for the tourists, that using optimizing vehicle and vehicles. Because I travel quite often in Vietnam, I do a lot of research in Vietnam. I can see that in Hanoi as well, in Hoi An and Hue, they're using this kind of the shared community transport also for the tourists. Another example is a pay-as-you-go model for the local experience. There's another example, the frugal service innovation in tourism. So another one is the concept of the frugal experience innovation. So the service, not the experience, innovation in tourism. The concept is, again, designing authentic, meaningful experience focused on the core value, not luxurious frill. So we are not talking about the 5-star hotel or whatsoever. This is just a frill, but have a core value. Remember, one of the characteristics of frugal innovation is the core value. So for example, is farm to the table, cooking. So this is a very popular in Indonesia, also in Thailand. I live in Thailand for 11 years as a, and then so I know this kind of the farm from table. You go to the village, you have a restaurant, they have a farming, they cook from there, they have a farming, and they bring to the table, they cook. So this is a very interesting kind of experience for the tourists. Participatory cultural workshop that include craft, music. So there's a workshop how to make the ceramic or the music for using the local tool. I think in Malang, also they have this kind of the cultural workshop in Malang. And nature immersed hikes focus on the local knowledge, not the high-tech gear. And the last one is a styling session under the star. So you can see we have to look at the frugal innovation from the product, and then frugal service, and now frugal experience innovation in the tourism. So another thing we want to look at is what is a frugal business model innovation? So we can look at the business model. The concept is, again, is to create the value through the new structure partnership. For example, we can using the business model based on the cooperative. So this is a community-owned tourism enterprise, homestay network. So like in the Labuan Bajo, maybe there's a cooperative among the homestay network, craft collective. A partnership, that can be partnership with the NGO, community, local technology provider. This is like the stuff that I'm talking about. KTM, which is the company in East Java, Kresi Daya Mandiri, work together with a group of the local community. This is a prime stuff. Cross-subsidization, so higher margin offering support from the high margin subsidized to the low margin one. And the next one is a rental sharing model. Can be sharing equipment, sharing the guide and facility. So I will not talk about this one. I think I run off the time because there's a good and good enough innovations. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I still have. There's another definitions of the frugal innovation. Reverse innovation is how the lesson from the BOP to the global tourism. And so how frugal innovation can help community withstand shock economic downturn, because tourism is sometimes depend on the global economy. So that frugal innovations can help this one to help the community. Because why we can help the local community? Because the operating cost is lower, so they can withstand the economic shocks, right? When the economic downturn, have the recession or whatsoever, through the lower operating cost, this will reduce the shock to the local community. Localized supply chain, so not depend on the import product from the overseas. So that's another can help the local community withstand the shock. Simple, repairable infrastructure, so it's not very expensive. If something is wrong with the infrastructure, the product you can repair easily. And diversify income stream. You're not depend on one product, but you have a several other product. Your income also become diversified. So you're not depend on one income. So that will be reduce the vulnerability of the local community because of the economic shock. So the challenge is how we scale up these frugal innovations, tourism, while maintaining quality. Because when more people coming to your business, to your tourist area, the problem is how you maintain the quality. It's very important. How you access to the finance for the community. This is always the problem for the local community. They need the money, they need the capital, but how they can access. And building the local technical business skill is in your local community. How they can get a business skill, they are more sophisticated. How can they have the local technical improve for their skill development? And how make sure that they can access to the market. It's not just for the local market, but global market, and make it feasible. And balancing affordability and fair wages. So have it be affordable, but also the wages should be fair. So I will not. There is a several case study. I will not talk about it. Let me try to look at the way forward. So the way forward and the conclusions of my study is the role of stakeholder. Dr. Anissa mentioned about the collaboration of the stakeholder. I will repeat it again. In the frugal innovation, we need to have this what we call the stakeholder have to be work together. So the first one is a community. Well, we need to identify what the needs and opportunity for this local community. It's not just because of the people with the big capital needs. No, we need to look at what is the local need and what is opportunity available for the local community. The community that in Nusa Tenggara Barat will be different than the community in Sumatra, Aceh, or Kalimantan. So we need to, so each community will have a different needs and opportunity. And we have to look at the drive the innovation. Again, each area in Indonesia will be the different the innovation and build the skill. And the government is, we want the government to create the enabling environment and also invest in the basic infrastructure. And the role of the NGO academic like Universitas Nusa Cendana is of how to do the research, how to do the training, and to do the connects. And this is the KDM role, and to be the facilitator. And the stakeholder of the tour operator and hotel is a source locally, invest in the community partnership, and adopt the frugal solution. And the last one is a tourist. Choose the responsible community-based experience, value authenticity, and offer luxury.
Excuse me, Dr. Ariadi. You still have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So So this is I want to using the frugal innovation is the bridge to the global goal. So you can see that this is how the frugal innovation empower community and make tourism more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. This is the SDG 1, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13. And what is the key takeaway for my talk today? So the frugal innovation is doing more and better with less. So this is essential for the equitable and sustainable tourism. The second one is empower resource-constrained community as a tourism provider and beneficiary. The third one is drive affordability, sustainability, resilient, and authentic experience. The last one from my talk is the success requires community-centric design, partnership, and an enabling ecosystem. And the last one is the call for actions for the policymaker, the government, prioritize the frugal innovation in tourism development strategy for industry to partner with and invest in the community-driven frugal innovation. For the academic or NGO, do the research, document, scale best practices. For the tourists, is seek out and support frugal community-based tourism. And for the community is try to explore the frugal innovation opportunity. That is your resources. Your resourcefulness is your strength. So that is very important. Okay, so thank you very much. So this is a key reference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Eriadi Kamasli, and I hope you still with us, stay with us until the Q&A question.
I'm sorry, moderator. I have to leave at within 10 minutes, but I try coming back at during the Q&A.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Eriadi. Yes. But if you still do not in the Zoom meeting, and if there is any question for you, then we can just forward to you, Dr. Eriadi. Thank you.
Yes, they said it to me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Eriadi. Yes, please give applause to Dr. Eriadi for insightful presentation about how frugal innovation relate to sustainable tourism. And now we move to the next speaker. Is from the offline speakers. Is Dr. Paulina Y. Amtiran, SAMM from Universitas Nusa Cendana. Yes, please give applause to Dr. Paulina Y. Amtiran, who are going to speak about integrating local wisdom in sustainable tourism management. So, Dr. Paulina, you also have 15 minutes to present, and the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Destin, as moderator for this conference. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm honored to have the opportunity to present my topic about integrating local wisdom in sustainable tourism management. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the overview about my topic, introduction, sustainable tourism, challenge, faith, discussion, and the last conclusion and recommendation. Next slide, please. As we know, this topic explore how to value tradition and practice inherent from local communities serve as the foundation for managing tourist destination. This integration goes beyond merely incorporating cultural element as attraction. It also forms the primary basis for all aspects of management, including planning, development, and operation. Uh, the first and second speaker more explain that from the global and global concept, but now I want to explain from the local perspective, especially from sustainable tourism in East Nusa Tenggara Timur. However, first we need to distinguish between the fundamental concept and thinking paradigms of conventional tourism and modern tourism. Next, please. Okay. There are four key differences between conventional and modern tourism. First, focus. Second, objective. Third, the role of tourists. And fourth, the impact. We can see the table in the slide. The difference from the conventional tourism, we call mass tourism, and sustainable tourism or modern tourism. Um, First, focus. Mass tourism, popular and commercial attraction that draw large crowd, include busy beaches, shopping mall, and large amusement park. Beside that, sustainable tourism, immersive and meaningful experience may include authentic interaction with local communities, cultural learning, and participation in conversation activities. Second, objective, mass tourism. Increasing tourist number and economic revenue are key indicator of success, which is measured by statistics such as arrival, hotel occupation rates, and forex earning. Sustainable tourism, the goal encompasses not only economic growth, but also environmental sustainability, social welfare, and cultural preservation. Success is measured by tourist satisfaction, community empowerment, and positive environmental impact. Third, the role of tourists. Mass tourism. Tourists often adopt a passive role, merely consuming the facility and entertainment over their engagement with the local culture in frequently superficial. Meanwhile, sustainable tourism, tourists are adopting a more active and conscious role. They are travelers who seek authentic experience, appreciate local culture, and act in an environmental responsible manner. The impact from mass tourism, often tourism cause significant negative impact such as environmental damage due to over tourism, cultural commercialization, and economic leakage, where profit primarily benefit foreign investors. Meanwhile, sustainable tourism to minimize negative impact and create positive outcome for destination. Modern tourism encourages local community participation in management and ensure that economic benefits are distributed equitably. Next. So, uh, what needs to be emphasized here is how to create sustainable tourism that provide economic benefit to the community, preserves the environment, and maintain socio-cultural integrate without damage or depleting resource for future generations. in this slide, there are three main pillars in integrating local wisdom into sustainable tourism management. First, custom-based environmental management. There are many indigenous community traditional knowledge and practice that enable the sustainable management natural resources. Second, community participant and empowerment. Local community, local wisdom can only survive if the community is actively engaged. Third, preserving local culture and identity. Tourism often risks commodifying or destroying local culture. Integrating local wisdom seeks to counteract this by using tourism as a tool to preserve and authentically promote cultural heritage. Next slide, please. So what I mentioned outlined above correspond to the pillar of sustainable tourism promoted by the UNWTO. They are third, environmental sustainable, economic sustainable, and socio-cultural sustainable. Next slide, please. This is a fourth to development sustainable tourism. Indonesia specifically, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economic focus on four pillars. As we see, there are four pillars. The first, sustainable management of tourism business. Second, a long-term sustainable economic that addresses socio-economic factor. Third, the ongoing development and preservation of sustainable culture. Last, commitment to environmental sustainable. With the fourth main pillar, sustainable tourism is poised to become a popular trend. Beyond simply vacationing, every tourist must be also there to travel comfort concerning health, safety, comfort, and environment sustainable. Next, please. Okay, this is the overview of tourism in Indonesia. As we know, in the table 1, the number of foreign tourists visit to Indonesia based on data from the BPS indicate that in 2024, the total number of foreign tourist arrival in Indonesia reached over 13 million visits. This figure represents the highest number of foreign tourist arrival in the past 5 years since 2020. Foreign tourist visit to Indonesia in 2024 increased by 19.05% compared to 2023. Australia, China, and Singapore are the three large sources of tourists. Meanwhile, India has emerged as a significant potential tourism market for Indonesia. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is overview of tourism in East Nusa Tenggara. As we seen, the both a diverse array of natural of cultural attraction that have the potential to enhance the regional economic. Table 2 shown the number of tourist visit to East Nusa Tenggara. So there is an increase in the number of tourists to visit to in Nusa Tenggara. This indicate that East Nusa Tenggara possesses a potential that can positively impact regional economic. Next slide. Okay. From the before the I explain, sustainable tourism in East Nusa Tenggara has significant potential, but despite possessing extraordinary natural and cultural potential that could significantly boost the regional economic, several challenges may impede this process, including infrastructure, limited human resources, commodification, or cultural commodification, or socio-cultural change, and their coordination among stakeholders, and the last, environmental management. So, how to we give the solution about this problem at the tourism in East Nusa Tenggara? This is how to value that. This is how to the value, tradition, and practice inherited by local communities serve as the foundation for managed tourist destination. Sustainable tourism is an approach to developing tourism that seeks to fulfill the need of both tourists and local communities today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. In the context of Indonesia, particularly in East Nusa Tenggara, sustainable tourism plays a vital role in promoting and preserving local wisdom. Involving local communities in sustainable tourism initiative is crucial. This is approach. This is approach benefit not only the local communities but also the tourism industry as a whole. Engaging local communities in decision-making process ensure that their interests are taken into account, thereby minimize negative impact on the environment and biodiversity. Sustainable is vital for the in protecting the environment and while also and the lasting sustainable economic benefit to local communities. This is to address to current challenge. Structure and sustainable solution is required that synergies, local wisdom with sustainable tourism. There are first solution. First, providing supportive and sustainable infrastructure. Second, improving the quality of human resources. Third, environmental management. Fourth, cultural commodification. For comprehensive program coordination and integration. This is the case study in implementation sustainable tourism in Indonesia, especially in Flores, East Nusa Tenggara. As we know, the process of modernization lead to a significant transformation in the lifestyle of local communities, often overlooking the social and cultural consequence. This is particularly evident in regions such as Flores, where substantial changes are occurring due to the construction of the large hotel and modern restaurant that are beginning to replace traditional houses and local store. This phenomenon poses a threat not only to the sustainability of local culture, but also fundamentally alter the socio-economic landscape of these communities. Local wisdom in Flores is the foundation of a rich and diverse cultural identity. This is evident in all aspects of life, from the charming architectural style of traditional house to sustainable farming practice. However, the key to integrating local wisdom within the framework of sustainable tourism, as the author suggests, let's not only in respecting this cultural heritage, but also in making concerted effort to preserve it alongside the dynamic development of tourism. Sustainable tourism implementation strategy in practice to do the sustainable tourism in Flores. First, ecotourism development. Second, community education and awareness. Third, local economic empowerment. Last, sustainable planning and regulation. Next. Okay. In the realm of sustainable tourism, the significance of preserving local cultural identity cannot be overstated. Okay, I can see in meaning and value based down through generation are integrated to creating an authentic and memorable tourism experience. Consequently, the incorporation of local wisdom is not merely a symbolic gesture, it represents a continuous commitment to ensuring that tourism development does not compromise that essence of local culture. Concerted measures such as developing cultural education program for tourists, actively involving local communities in tourism-related decision making and protecting historical site and local tradition are essential for maintaining harmony between tourism development and the preservation of this valuable culture. Therefore, the success of sustainable tourism in Flores should be assessed not only in terms of economic growth, but also by its capacity to maintain and enhance local wisdom as an invaluable asset for the future. This is the example implementation sustainable tourism in Indonesia. Okay, we can see at the slide. The next slide, ada Wairebo Village for Komodo National Park in Flores, Penglipuran Village in Bali. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, conclusion. The integration of local wisdom is a fundamental pillar for achieving sustainable tourism, particularly in destinations such as East Nusa Tenggara. Local wisdom is not simply a supplementary component, but a crucial strategy that tackles the challenge of sustainable tourism development, serving as an indispensable foundation by combining three essential pillars: custom-based environmental management, community participation and empowerment, and the preservation of local culture and identity. Tourism can transcend mere commercial entertainment. Thus, tourists not only generate economic benefit, but also create social and environmental value. Ultimately, integrated local wisdom is essential to achieving tourism that is sustainable both physically and morally, ensuring that natural and cultural heritage remain intact for future generations to enjoy. The last one, the recommendation for this topic, there are third recommended. First, local wisdom-based policy development. Second, enhancing the role traditional and community institution. Third, developing authentic tourism product and experience. Thank you. Before that, I give back the moderator, their pantun. Okay, all of us. So I want to all of you in this place to give the response cakep. Okay. jalan-jalan ke kota Kupang. Cakep. Naik perahu di Teluk Kupang. Lewat Icemat 2025 kita berjuang. Pariwisata maju Undana Gemilang. Cakep. Please give a big applause to Dr. Paulina YM Tiran SEMM from Universitas Nusa Cendana. For emphasize on how to preserve local wisdom on sustainable tourism management. Okay, before we continue to the next speaker, I just want to make a quick reminder for the online participants. If you have any question to the speakers, then you can just chat on the chat box. And don't forget to mention your name, affiliation, and a brief question to the speakers. And please mention to whose speakers you want to address the questions. Okay, thank you. And now we are going to continue with the fourth speaker from National Taipei University, Mr. Robin Chen, PhD. Okay, Mr. Robin Chen will talk about sustainable cities and inbound tourism, a macroeconomic perspective on SDG 11. Please welcome Mr. Chen. And you also have 15 minutes to present, and the time is yours.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, thank you for this kind of the international conference. Yeah, I'm very honored to join this activity. Okay, so today I will talk about the SDGs, especially for the SDGs 11 and the relevance with the urbanizations. Okay, especially for the SDGs 11. Okay, so today my topic is about the sustainable cities. Yeah, and the effect on the inbound tourism. Okay, so we can waiting for the slide. Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so you can next. Okay, so today our agenda, so we will discuss from the research motivations, the literature reviews until the conclusions and the implications. Okay, next. Okay, so we can take a look in the United Nations, the issue for the SDGs in the 2015. And in the SDGs, we can see including for the 17 goals. And they will take a look after the next 15 years, okay, which is in the 2030. So they will take a look how is the implementation for the last 15 years, okay, starting from the 2015 to the 2030. Next. Okay, so we can take a look in the 17th of the goals, the SDGs. I take the one of the goals, which is the goals of the 11th. And we can see the goals 11th, the main idea is to make cities and the humans settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And in the each of the goals, we can see one of the part of the goals 11th, which is the 11th point 3, is relevant to the inclusive and the sustainable urbanization. So we can take a look at why the urbanization is important. Okay, next. So we can see for the urbanizations, they can increase the number of the populations, okay, especially for the cities. And we can see in the most of the cities in the country, we can see they have economics growth. Okay, they have the largest economics in the cities compared in the rural area. And for the economics growth, we can see one of the leading sector is a tourism sector. Next. So we can take a look in the 2022, the United Nations World Tourism Organizations, or the UN, WTO. They report about the tourism's contributions compared to the country GDP. It will be take around the 1.3 until the 4% in the global wide. And we can take a look. This trend is uptrend, increasing year by year. And also we can see from another councils, the World Travels and the Tourism councils, they mentions that the one of the key driver for the national economics is come from the tourism sector. So we can take a look. The tourisms, they play important contributions to the country GDP. Okay, next please. Okay, you can click another time. Next. Yeah, click again. Okay, so we can take a look in the history from the Krugman's 1991. They introduced about the new concept for the new economics geographics. So we can take a look like basically the manufacturing company, they will try to relocate to the which cities they have a largest demands, because they can shorten the cost, the transportation cost. So by reducing the transportation cost, and they can increase for the economics of the scale. And of course, if they can achieve for the economics of scale, and it will be contribute to the national's economic growth. So similar to the tourism, we can see many of the peoples from the rural area, yeah, they will try to move to the urban area. And why they move to the urban area? We can take a look in the urban area. They create more opportunities, and also they create a more economics benefits. Okay, next. So we can take a look in the prior studies. Many of the prior studies, they develop about the tourism developments. And why in this paper we talk about the sustainable cities, especially for the SDGs 11. And we can take a look from the global perspective on the inbound tourism flow. Okay, next please. So we can take a look. The research question is how to the mechanisms through the which urbanizations affect the inbound tourism. Okay, next please. So we can take a look in the macroeconomics perspective. We can see the gross domestic products and the foreign direct investments. They are the They are the two of the indicator in the macro economics indicator. Okay, so in the hypothesis one, so we can take a look. The moderating effect for the economics factor is a relationship between the urbanizations and the international inbound tourism. Okay, next. And the second issue we can take a look is relevance to the sustainability. So we can see the ESG become an important key driver for the tourism developments. So we can see many of the prior studies, they will discuss about the sustainable tourism. And in the Hassan 2022, we can see they highlight the ESG is a very important, because the ESG, they can increase the international tourism demands. So in the hypothesis two, we test for the moderating effect for the sustainability, okay, in the relations between the urbanizations and the international inbound tourism. Okay, next. And for the developed countries, we can see in the high income countries, or we call in the developed countries, basically they provide better infrastructures, and also they provide the better financial supports. okay, the financial system, so they can support for the tourism industry. And we can take a look. The tourisms, they are less likely to visit the corruption country. Why? Because we can see in the corruption country, basically the tourists, they need to pay additional cost. Okay, next. Okay, next. So we can take a look the summary for the findings. We can see for the sustainable cities, which is with proxies by the urbanizations, it's a significant increase the number of the inbound tourism. And we can take a look from the four perspective. First, we can take a look from the macroeconomics perspective, the sustainable perspective, high income countries, and also the lower corruption countries. Okay, next. And we can take a look the contribution for this research. First, we can see we examine for the sustainable cities, and we use the global data based on the World Bank's data. And we can see the urbanization can have the influence to the number of the international inbound tourism. And the second, we can see the moderating roles between the macroeconomics, sustainability, income level, and the corruptions. They shaping the relationships between the urbanizations and inbound tourism. So we can take a look in this research. We also provide a new perspective for the tourism demands. And the third one is we emphasize for the SDGs 11, which is we can see the SDGs 11 is also contribute to the international inbound tourist inflows. Okay, next. And for the data and the sample, we took the data from the World Bank. So World Bank is open resources website. They provide the all country data, okay, including the tourism data, the economics data, the sustainability data. Okay, it's open access data. And we can take a look in this research. We observe about the 13,000 observations from the 251 countries within the cover the period starting from the 1916 to the 2022. And we use two main variables. Okay, the urbanizations we can see is the percentage of the total populations living in the urban area, okay, compared to the overall populations. And for the inbound tourism, we can see is measured by the total number of the overnight visitors. So at least the inbound tourism we count as a visitor if they stay more than the one night. Okay, so we count as an inbound tourism. Okay, next. Okay, next. So we can take a look in the summary statistics for the inbound tourism. It take around the 66.62%. Okay, so next. So if we compare in the Singapore, take an example, we can see in the 1 year of the number of the tourists in the Singapore, it take around the 16.670 million. And if we compare for the number of the population of the Singapore, next, we can see the number of the population is around the 5.8 million. So we can see it's almost the 3 times, or it's almost the 300% the inbound tourism in the Singapore compared to the number of the populations in the Singapore. Okay, next. And for the urbanizations, we can see the mean value is 51.11%. Next. So we can take a look at the report in the UN in the 2018. They mentioned the people living in the urban area. Okay, it's starting from the 30% in the 1950, and it will be increasing to the 68% by the 2015. So we can see right now in the year of the 20, because the data is 2022, 2023. So we can see right now it's almost achieved for the 51%. the global populations they living in the urban area. Okay, next. And if we take a look the significant difference between the high urbanizations and the low urbanizations, we can see the significant is the significance difference. Okay, next. So we can take a look in the high urbanizations, they can attract more inbound tourism, and inbound tourism they can stronger for the economic status. Okay, next. And for the empirical finding, we use the regressions models. So as you can see in the macroeconomics, we including the gross domestic products and the foreign direct investment as macroeconomics variables. Okay, next. So we can take a look in the highlight. Okay, we can see the urbanizations times by the GDP and the urbanizations times by the foreign direct investment is a positive significance. So we can take a look when the more people do the urbanization from the rural area, they move to the cities areas. And we can see if in the cities areas, the economics is good. Okay, we can see the positive GDP. We can see the foreign direct investment increasing, and we can see it will be a track for the inbound tourism. Okay, next. Okay, so we can take a look in the theory from the Lowry in the 1990. They mentions the rural populations. They will try to migrate. Okay, they will try to migrate, and they will try to find the new opportunity in the urban area. So we can see in the urban area, they can create a more economics and also becomes the cultural center. Okay, next. And the second, we can take a look from the sustainability issue. So we can see in the urbanizations times by the electricity. Okay, so they will increase the number of the inbound tourism. So we can see why the tourism they will increasing. Okay, the electricity is play important roles. We can see some of the tourism's place. Yeah, even they have the electricity, but it's a very limited. Yeah, some of the in the rural area they only have the time, let's say from the 6 p.m. until the morning 6 a.m. Okay, but the electricity is very limited. Okay, but we can see the electricity is a play important role to attract for the inbound tourism. And another one, we can see the urbanization times by the government's expenditure. So we can see in here, no matter the centers governments or the local governments, it's a play important roles, okay, to attract the inbound tourism. If the governments they can provide the subsidiaries for the tourism, and we can see they can attract for the inbound tourism. Okay, especially for the infrastructures. Okay, next. Okay, so we can take a look from the Hassan and the Mayor 2022. They mentions the ESG becomes important. Okay, because they can increase the international tourism demands, and also the Dias 2023. They mentions the urban policies promotes a balance between the ecological preservation and the environment maintains in the cities. Okay, so even we can try to develop the infrastructures, but we still need to keep for the ecological preservations and also the environment maintenance. Okay, next. And in the third one, we can take a look at the urbanizations times by the developing countries, and we can see the urbanizations, the peoples, they are more likely to moving in the developing countries. And also another one we can see is the significance negative to the inbound tourism. It's about the bribery country. So we can take a look the inbound the tourism. Okay, they don't like the bribery country, so they will try to avoid to go or traveling or do a business in the bribery country. Next. So we can take a look at the data from the TTDI, the Travel and the Tourism Development Index in the year of the 2024. They mentions that the 26 of the top 30 tourism destinations, okay, they are come from the high income economics. So we can take a look in the global markets. Most of the tourism, okay, most of the tourists, they will like to prefer go to the high income economics countries, okay, for the tourism, as the report from the TTDI. And we can take a look at the high income countries. Basically, they provide the better infrastructures. So for example, we can take a look like the Singapore. Yeah, Singapore, even they are the small countries, but they provide a better infrastructures. And we can take a look, this will become favorable conditions to support the tourism industry. And in the POPREF 2015, they argue that the corruptions, it will be becomes the additional cost for the tourists, no matter it's for the leisure, no matter it's for the business travel. So we can take a look. They will try to avoid, okay, for the bribery country, because they need to pay extra money for their leisure times. Okay, next. So next we can take a look at the conclusions and the implications and relevant to this our themes. Okay, the first one is the empowering the communities through to the urbanizations. So we can take a look. The first one is we need to improve for the infrastructures, okay, for the livability and the resilience in the cities. So we can take a look. The community, they can attract for the international tourism. So they can bringing the economic opportunities, okay, by empowering the local populations. And the second we can see is the local actions with the macroeconomics and the sustainability factor. So we can take a look like the several indicator, like the gross domestic products, the foreign direct investments, and also several sustainable indicator like the electricity access and the government's expenditures. They are the very important issue. Okay, so for the local policy efforts, they can increase for the tourism activity. Okay, next. And the last one is about the bridging the global goals. So we can take a look. The tourists, they prefer with the countries with the low corruptions. So we can take a look the data from the corruptions perceptions index. So each year they will announce for the ranking for the corruptions country, which country is the most corrupt country and which country is the less corruptions countries. And we can see the high income and the well governance cities. It will be become the hub of the sustainable tourism, so they can contribute to the sustainable economics growth. Okay, so by the end we can take a look in this research. We will try to focus in the target 11.3, which is the inclusive and the sustainable urbanizations. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Okay, please give applause to Mr. Chen for emphasizing about the inclusive and sustainable urbanization. Okay, now we are going to move to the next speakers. We back to Malaysia from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Prof. Madya Datin Dr. Nurlisa binti Abdullah. Please give applause. Okay, Dr. Norlisa has more than 20 years of experience in teaching and is an associate professor in the Faculty of Economics and Management in University Kebangsaan Malaysia since 1997. So, good afternoon, Dr. Nurlisa. Okay, thank you so much for still being us until now. And Dr. Nurlisa will present about sustainable community development and economic empowerment, social business model for artisanal industry. So, Dr. Nur, you have 15 minutes to present, and the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum and a very good day. Okay, I will share my slide first. Okay, so can you all see my slides? All right, so I hope you can see my slides. If not,
Yes,
the moderator would have
see
informed
already.
me. All right, so thank you so much for having me here. All right, there's good things and bad things for being the last. I thought there's another speaker before me, but it seems that I'm going to be the last speaker, I presume. All right. So one thing for sure is that maybe the attention has dwindled, you know, because of the long session of listening. But the disadvantage is that I may get so many questions out of these sessions. Okay. However, okay, let us divert ourselves to another topic, which is actually related to tourism, because before this, we have listened to a lot of, a lot of discussions on tourism, especially on sustainable tourism. So now I will bring you to another industry which is related to tourism, which is artisanal industry. Okay, so now we are going to look into how we can enhance or empower economic empowerment, and also community development for through artisanal industry by looking from the lens of social business. Okay, but before that, I would like to also express my gratitude to Undana, for extending the invitation to be the keynote speaker. However, I will also like to apologize for not being there, you know, in Nusa Tenggara to enjoy the beauty of the country. So, however, you know, having this technology also can also create opportunities for us to work together. Okay, now looking back to the paper, I only have 15 minutes, so I have to time myself. All right. So we're talking about artisanal industry here, right? So artisans are basically small-scale producers of cultural goods, you know, and they have specific attributes, which include the use of traditional method when designing and creating products, and the use of locally sourced materials. So basically, artisanal products are tangible representations of the cultural identity of a community. All right. So basically, artisans, they try to preserve the valuable cultural traditions through the handicrafts. So undoubtedly, the artisan sector is very dependent on the tourism sector. Okay. So the tourists, are willing to spend up to 70% more on artisan goods, which is actually good. And it gives an economic opportunity for the country. All right. However, okay, there's one thing that, that's saddening about artisan industry is that often this artisan industry in any region often experience income instability or repeated fluctuations in monthly income more than in any other occupation. Okay, why? Because of the fluctuating nature of the tourist market. All right. So, talking about dependency on the tourism market, all right? So basically, tourism provide a platform for artisans to showcase their crafts and gain economic benefits, yeah? And it is actually a synergy between these two industries, okay? So artisan products enhance the cultural richness and authenticity of the tourist destination. Yeah, undoubtedly, if we go to in any countries for visits, right? Definitely we'll buy some cultural-based products in order to give as, souvenirs to our friends, to our families and whatnot. So it is a custom to tourists to buy artisan goods. All right. And of course, this synergy can bring so many advantages. Yeah. For example, sustainable development, community empowerment, and also the preservation of cultural heritage. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the only thing about artisan industry, because they are highly dependent on the tourism industry, so they have this vulnerability. Okay, so when the tourist market is fluctuating, then they will also face fluctuation. Yeah, you cannot expect the local people to buy artisanal products. Okay, artisanal product is more enticing for the tourists. All right. For example, in the case of COVID-19, for example, so we can see that the effect on tourism also affected the artisanal industry as well. Okay. So because of that, because of the income instability, so many artisans live in poverty. And if you look at another disadvantage or another weakness of the artisan industry is that they are normally not regulated. Not regulated by the respective country's federal government. So therefore, they are lacking in terms of legal protection, okay, especially in terms of wages and also other business practices. And therefore, they are financially vulnerable to third-party middlemen and also to contractors. All right. So due to that, because of the fluctuating nature of the tourist market, and also what more, because they are normally micro enterprises, and therefore they have lack access to all these digital technologies. Okay. And adding more to that is the lack of regulation. So it leads to income stability. Now, when it goes into income stability, all right, they have to rely on numbers of product that they can sell themselves, okay, which is unpredictable. And artisans, might go months without selling a single product, earning nothing in that period, or they also might sell hundreds of goods to buyers and make a large profit in certain time. Okay, so because of the income instability, what happened is that more and more are choosing to pursue other lines of work and abandoning production of their goods because of the perpetuation nature of poverty in that particular industry. And as more abandoning the industry, so you can see that it is shrinking. The artisan industry itself is shrinking, and as a result of that, it also affects the national economy. Now, talking about this, all right. Oops, sorry. Okay. So talking about artisanal industry, when we look at the statistic, the production of handicraft alternatives is expected to worth about USD 427 billion in 2035. Okay, and it can go until 1.16 billion. It is expected. Okay, and we can also see that the consumer trends are now showing a marked preference for the adoption of ecological, sustainable, recyclable, and natural materials. So this is all the ESG, advocacy and whatnot. So people are more going towards that perspective. Want to buy things, you want it to be sustainable. Okay, and previously our speakers talk a lot on sustainable tourism. And another important thing, the potential of artisanal industry, is that consumers increase awareness of environmental protection and their wish to own unique goods. And these create opportunities. All right. Consumers now, they want to be different. Okay. Urge of individuality and personalization. So it can give an advantage to the handicraft markets. Okay. And from the side of the government, okay, they also try to help the small-scale industry by implementing certain policies and trying to resolve, especially the problems that can be apparent in the supply chain of the in the artisan industry. Now, one thing that is interesting that is happening currently in the business landscape is that there is also a trend of partnership between artisans and luxury companies, premium products. And these making handicrafts as an high-end product, okay? And because of that, as there is increased global recognition of traditional craft, so the market will be growing, yeah? The only thing is that we need to understand what are the challenges and how to strategize in order to take advantage of the potential of and the changing of the preference of the consumers. Okay, if you look at the mega trends of the artisanal industry, okay, one thing for sure is that what we say that ancestral is in the vogue. Meaning here is that the reinvention of tradition aim at finding a place for it in the contemporary world. So here it means that, you know, as I mentioned just now, okay, luxury brands are working with designers, artisanal designers, in order to come out with premium products or luxury products which have heritage or artisanal values. Okay, and on top of that, okay, there's also the issue of technology, whereby biomaterials, you know, they will raise interest of consumers to connect to nature. Okay, so they don't mind paying more in order to get products that are being produced using biomaterials. All right. And of course, when we talk about technology, okay, we can also use technology to authenticate and protect the designs, yeah, for in order to avoid counterfeit prevention, to avoid counterfeit, of course. Okay, and not only in terms of that, okay, new technologies also can increase productivity by reducing time spent on manual processes. Now, there's two facets of this issue. Okay, at one aspect, people are taking technology as destroying the intrinsic value of artisanal or of the cultural value of the artisanal product. But on another point of view, it actually enhances the capabilities of artisanal industry to expand, yeah, and reach their product into the premium market. Okay, so basically the combination of technology with traditional objects for the enhancements of their functionalities. So we have to, I don't what do you call it? I don't negate the importance of preserving the cultural heritage, but at the same time, you also have to look into the sustainability of the business. And therefore, we can leverage on the technology in order for us to enhance the capabilities of the artisanal industry in order to enhance their economic potential. Okay. And another aspect, the mega trends of artisanal industry, as I mentioned just now, is that big companies are more interested to collaborate with rural artisans to create limited edition collections. So of course, they are looking from the profit point of view, okay, but at the same time, it can be also enhancing the image of the cultural heritage products. All right. So consumers today are more they care more about the origin of the product, who produced it, under what conditions did they produce it. Okay. And another mega trends of artisanal industry is that, you know, the alignment of artisanal products and the sustainability agenda. As I mentioned just now, the ESG, agenda, yeah, can be channeled to enhance artisanal industry. So the use of natural materials, innovative works with recyclable or discarded materials by other sectors can be used, can be enhancing artisanal industry. So, and also we can also look from the inclusivity aspects of artisanal industry, whereby most participants of the industry are women, all right? And it can also permeate all levels of the community, women, rural, disabled, and what. All right. So what are the challenges of the artisanal industry? Okay, the first one, as I mentioned just now, is about tourism of season. Fluctuating levels of tourism influences artisan income artisan incomes, because the number of tourists directly correlate with the size of the market that artisans can sell to the market. Okay. And number two is the access to e-commerce. Okay, despite the potential benefits of e-commerce, okay, many artisans often do not have access to utilizing e-commerce and thus have experience, and these make them vulnerable to income instability. Yeah. Sometimes you can say that, yes, e-commerce is already permeating all levels, all areas and whatnot, but they also need the education, the exposure, the skills development in order for them to leverage e-commerce. Another thing is unregulated wages. As I mentioned just now, okay, lack of government regulations would also make them vulnerable to income instability, all right? And also make them vulnerable to financial exploitation, okay? It is quite common to see when the product being sold to you, it is 3 times, 4 times more expensive than the price that they pay from the artisans themselves, okay? Because of the middlemen that taking advantage of the accessibility, from the artisan designers to the customers. Okay. Another important thing that we might also want to look into is the cost leadership strategy that they are using currently. What happened is that artisanal products, they are normally produced in a cottage industry approach. All right. And the products are almost similar in design and functions. And therefore, the USP, the unique sale proposition is not evident. Making pricing strategy is the most effective. Now, what more, if you look at the structure of the industry itself, okay, you will see that the same people in the same village producing the same product. So you cannot expect them to have intra-selling between the dwellers or within the villages. But what they have to look into is to sell it outside to the tourists, to the other people, to people outside from their market. Another thing that we have to bear in mind, these artisan producers, they don't know basically who are their customers, because their customers are variety of people. They can come from the Western countries, they can come from the Eastern countries, they can come from the Middle East. And therefore, the understanding of the customers is also very minimal. And therefore, in order for them to meet the expectation of the customers may not be there. And therefore, the only thing for them to survive, or the only for them in order to get sales, is through selling it up through pricing strategy. All right. Another thing is about financial constraint. Okay, because being a micro enterprise, so they have a lack of financial resources, and therefore it inhibits them to scale their operations or to invest in better tools and technologies, and also to use durable raw materials. And as I mentioned just now, difficulty in understanding their customers' preferences. Because of the cultural nuances, it presents complexity to effectively market and sell their products or services to variety of foreigners. All right. And then the depletion of natural resources and artisan talent. Okay, this is quite apparent in artisan industry. One, the natural resources is depleting. It's going to be difficult for people to find the raw materials in order for them to supply, if let's say they have bulk orders. Okay, another thing is also young people are not inclined to craftsmanship. Yeah, very difficult to find talent, interest in the craftsmanship sector. So this can be looked into from the perspective of strategies. All right, my area is in strategic management. So I look at it in the perspective of what can be done, what can we do in order to help these challenges that is being faced by artisanal industry. Okay, so basically, in relating to the tourism dependency. Okay, so it is time for the artisanal industry to upgrade their products to premium. Okay, so therefore collaboration with companies and designer brands an advantage, to them. Okay, so well, it's easier than done. All right, is it easier said than done? Okay, so in order for them to collaborate, so there must be channel for them to collaborate. Okay, so for designer, for big companies to work with artisanal producers, they need to have certain platform. Okay, and then when we talk about limited access to the market, of course, e-commerce would be a solution. All right. However, they need to have the exposure and the right training. Okay. Especially in using social media, because social media would allow them to penetrate into, larger market space. All right. And when we talk about lack of government support and regulatory ecosystem, so this is the functions of, the community or the association in order to advocate for favorable policies through dialogues with policymakers. All right. And of course, the industry also have to be tied in, in order also for them to realize the potential or the engagement that they can that can bring a win-win kind of engagement between them with the artisanal producers, and also by leveraging the CSR platform. Okay. And on another challenge about insufficient capacity to meet demand due to limited resources along the value chain. Okay, now this is where social business model can come into the picture. Okay, because with social business model, we can work to ensure stable supply, quality, and market positioning. And this will be explained later when we go into the social business. And when we talk about competition with fellow artisans, mass-produced goods, and bigger retail outlet, okay, this is where artisans need to emphasize the unique value of handicrafted items, okay, and also try to portray their cultural significance, superior quality, and also the artisan stories in order to enhance the value of the artisanal products. All right. From here, let's move to social enterprises. Okay. So we know that social enterprises are driven by social mission, and they try to merge between financial viability in order to self-sustain in the market. Okay. So what is the main mission of the social enterprise is to create social impact. Okay. So besides profit, in order for them to be sustainable, but they have more what you call as more salient kind of objectives. Okay, especially to enhance the community, and also try to bring in or to elevate the social agenda, by enhancing marginalized community. Okay, maybe I shouldn't talk about Malaysia, but I'm sure that many countries, they also have certain platform or agencies that would be responsible, to manage and also to oversee the role of social enterprises in enhancing industries. All right. So why we talk about social enterprises is because of the flexible nature of social enterprises. Okay. And here in social enterprises, there are so many advantages that can be reached through social enterprises. And definitely social enterprises, while looking at the social motives, they also have the growth mindset. That is important. Okay. Because we don't want this artisan industry to be, have this self-sufficient mindset, meaning that whatever it is, if they can put food on the table, it's enough. Okay, we want to
Excuse
enhance
me,
them, to
Dr.
make
Nor.
them more in terms of ability to enhance themselves. Do I have is my time finishing?
You still have 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, I can move very fast. Okay. All right. So how does it works? Okay. With a social business, you can have direct market access, and also social business have the ability to capacity building, training, finding the right talent, getting them to work in teams and whatnot. And of course, with a social business, the financial inclusion would be more powerful and value chain integration can be enhanced. All right. And what is important in artisan industry is they also need support. And this can be achieved through social business, by having the financial support, because they are now working together. And of course, skill development, training, technology, and also they can enhance in terms of competition. Yeah. And support can also be generated with the other stakeholders under the flagship of social business. And from here, by working through social business, okay, it can have impact areas in terms of economic empowerment, especially towards women, and then cultural preservation at the same time. And we can also achieve environmental sustainability, community development. Now, before I stop, I would like to highlight 2 social enterprises in Malaysia. Okay. One is Tanoti Crafts in Sarawak. Okay. So this is basically a social enterprise that has started in 2012. Okay. And they started from 13%, 11 years ago. Now they have about 500 people. Yeah. And it covers about 25 remote villages. All right. So what is good in this Tanoti Craft is that they also provide training. They have 8-month training program, okay, that provides training to the handicrafts, to the artisan producers, in order for them to develop their skills, knowledge, and also experience, to pursue a career in traditional weaving. Okay, this is one of the example. Another is what we call as batik boutique. Okay, batik boutique, is also, it focuses on batik. Okay, however, they are focusing on process innovation. This is what I call as what I meant by technology. Okay, so they work with batik artisans across Malaysia. Okay, in order for them to produce batik textiles on natural fibers. But the only thing is that they focus on innovations. All right. So they try to, mechanize the way they work so that they can meet the demand. All right. And not neglecting or not minimizing the quality and also the artisanal value and also the heritage value of the product. Okay. By reducing the design errors and also by saving time as well as cost. Okay. And one thing for sure is that this artisanal industry, they are also facing labor shortage. However, artisan industry is labor intensive. So having this innovation helps them in order for them to, to meet the demand and as well as increase the quality of the product. Okay, with these 2 examples, I finish my presentation, and I hope my sharing about artisan industry can also enhance our focus, not just in terms of tourism, but it also because they work hand in hand with tourism. So artisanal industry, tourism, it can be a synergy in order to enhance the economy of any country in the tourism agenda. Thank you very much and good day.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Nurliza, for interesting presentation. And please stay with us for the Q&A session, Dr. Nur. Okay. Now we move to the last speakers from India, from Mulsi Institute of Business Management, Professor Laksamaya Bodla.
Can I share my PPT?
Okay. Prof.
Am I audible?
Laksamaya Bodla is a rector of Mulsi Institute of Business Management, India. He holds an MBA in marketing and MA in public administration from Osmania University and is currently pursuing a PhD in management at SR University Telangana. His teaching expertise spans across subjects such as marketing management, consumer behavior, rural marketing, and strategic human resource management. He has guided numerous MBA projects and actively contributed to curriculum development and academic administration. Good afternoon, Prof. Bodla.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you
Am I
have
audible?
15
Am I
minutes to
audible to you?
present, and you can start now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Are you able to see my slide? Are you able to see my slide?
Can you share your screen, Prof. Bodla? Okay, while waiting Prof. Bodla for sharing his screen, I just want to quick remind for the participants who wants to ask question to the speakers, then you can prepare now. So after Prof. Bodla present his materials, then we can continue to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Right. I hope my PPTs are visible to you. Can anyone give me a visible thumb so that I'm able to see? Are you able to see my PPTs?
Yes, we can see the PPT.
Right. Yeah, right. So this my title for the talk. First, before starting this, let me thank the University, Nusa Sendana University, and especially Tony for providing this opportunity. So with the force of the Tony, I came down to know that this conference and started making this presentation. So the title for the topic is about sustainability through the lens of Indian culture, local and the global perspectives and the practices. So this is basically the very, very comprehensive what you call the framework I'm going to going to talk on. So basically, my locus is on the Indian culture, and it is having both the two extremes. One is about the global dimension as well as the local perspective. I will try to fuse both the things. So I'm going to focusing on sustainability. What exactly the understanding of the sustainability from the Indian perspective. I will take some couple of important thinkers in India, Mahatma Gandhi, Vivekananda, and the Tagore, Rabindranath Tagore. Then after that, I will try to see how the religions are also playing a very, very important role in what you call shaping the sustainability understanding. I will take a couple of examples from the Hinduism and the Buddhism as well as the Jainism. Then what exactly the global dimension of this Indian culture? I will try to look from that perspective. there is a one Vedic sloka is there, or the Vedic verses. So we call this is the whole world is one family. So I will try to give a couple of examples on that. Then after that, how is that actually at the local level the practice are happening? So Indian sustainability movements, there are across India. Actually, India is a very, very big country. So we can see from the so many corners, you can find the at the local level some of the important practices. Then I will try to share a couple of important examples. In the 2009, you can see that the Green Dex Index. So this is the one picture I have located. You can see that actually India is almost that coming on the top, sustainability minded country. So they use the one sentence. It is what is called the India is the one country. It is rooted in the sustainability minded country. I will take up the couple of other other countries. So India tops with the Green Dex score with the 61.4 on a scale of the 0 to 1. So before starting this, let me look into this person, the deep ecology. He's the person spent so much time, his whole life on this, understanding the environment and the human interaction. This is where he coined the phrase called the deep ecology, or day noise. Deep ecology is an environmental philosophy that values all living things and seeks to change how humans relate to nature. This is exactly the interface. Human being and the nature, what should be the right interface? This is very, very important. Sometimes what we will do is that we give more importance to the human being and will make the what you call the nature subservient to it. This is what the capitalist thinking exactly happening. Some people, they give a lot of importance to the nature. That is the most what you call the dominant thing. But still, we can see the both extremes to what you call the different type of what you call the dynamics. But mostly I'm going to see what you call this deep ecology from the noise perspective. Why I have picked the noise means actually he was very much influenced by the Indian philosophy and the Indian thinkers. Deep ecology was, he started in the year 1970s. He was very much influenced by the person called the Mahatma Gandhi, especially anything you are attempting any type of activity, it is a non-violent type of thing. You have no freedom to what you call, even you cannot play with the water. Even you want to generate the electricity, for example, you are actually using the turbines. The turbines are going to what you call the damage, giving the pain to the water. So this is he's able to sense even the pain of the water when you are generating the electricity. Even though we are using the non-renewable energy, that is fine. But the thing is that you are damaging or you are hurting the water. This is where the sensitivity, what you call the sensitivity of this noise, actually it got into my mind. I saw that actually I should read this person more. When I started reading this person, then he says that actually my roots are there in the Gandhi and the Indian, what you call the Indian philosophy. That is where I'm connecting the Gandhi and the Hinduism as well as the Buddhism and what exactly their practice are. So what exactly the sustainability in the Indian perspective? So one important, the sentence, one important word I can say is about it is exactly the interconnectedness. It is not just only the what you call the human being or the connect with another human being or a human being connected with the organization. It is even the plants, even with the animals, even with the complete nature. And also sustainability, they define from the very, very, very long-term perspective. It is not 10 years or it's not the 20 years. It is a very, very infinite time. The step that you are going to take, is it going to give the what you call the connectedness from the long-term perspective as much as possible? Then take your action today. That is what exactly the definition of the sustainability from the Indian perspective. And also they say that whatever the available resources, don't think that we are having the exhaustive resources. You should see that your resources are very, very limited, but your time dimension is very, very long. So in this constraint, now we have to take the decision. This is where you can take the example of the Mahatma Gandhi, and I give one more example of the Rabindranath Tagore and the Swami Vivekananda. Happy that they're talking about this sustainability. Mostly they use the ahimsa, it is called the non-violence in the English, respect for the nature and the interconnectedness of the humanity and the environment. We take one quote of the Mahatma Gandhi. It is very, very important quote. The earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not any man's greed. So sustainability is very much connected with the human mind, not something, the external activity that we are doing for the carbon footprints or reducing the carbon footprints or going for the non-renewable energy. We should focus we should have our locus in the human mind, a human attitude. We should actually make the changes in the human attitude. And if we take the another sentence given by the Rabindranath Tagore, he is the person we got the Nobel Prize. So he wrote one book called the Gitanjali. For that, he got the Nobel Prize. He says that turn a tree into a log and it will burn for you, but it will never bear the living flowers and the fruits. This is where you have to be very careful. We are having the one tree, see that actually we are consistently getting the fruit. So our focus should be on getting the fruit longer period of time. Nature is, you should not treat nature like a resource. The moment you treat nature as a resource, you will try to exploit. But see that it is a living entity. It is like a child we should nurture. If we take another sentence of the Vivekananda, I shall inspire men everywhere until the world shall know that it is one with the gods. He says that nature should be treated like a god. Unless you treat the nature like a god, you will try to exploit. But the moment you start respecting the nature, the utmost the respect we can give is that you are treating on par with the gods. So I shall inspire the men everywhere until the world shall know that it is one with the gods. This actually very much rooted in the Indian culture. So I will give a couple of examples. You take the animals in India, we equate with the gods. You take the lion, it is equated with the one Durga, it is one of the goddess. You take the fish, so we equate with the Vishnu. And you take the horse, we equate with the sun. You take the crocodile, we equate with the what you call Ganga. You take the ass, even Sitla. Then we take the swan, Saraswati. You see that you take any type of animal in India, there is the equal representation of the god or the goddess. It is not only with the animals, even you can see for the plants. The plants associated with the god and the goddesses. You take the tulsi. Every day you can see in the houses, in the homes of the Indians, you can see every house is having the one plant called the tulsi. Their day begins with the prayer with this tulsi. So it means tulsi means it is a Vishnu, Lakshmi, and you also that worshipping your what you call the forefathers. There is also called the Bilva. It is another tree which is called the Shiva and the spirits. Ashoka tree, it is called the Indra and the Buddha. And the Kadamba, it is called the Krishna. It is the Pipal tree, it is called the Vishal. Soma means the moon. You see that? This is deeply rooted and it's actually everyday practice in India. Now we will try to see, connect with the why actually we borrowed this, what you call the divinity of the nature. It can be the plants and the animal. So we connect that with the Vedas. So what type of environmental ethics you can see in the Veda? Matha Bhumi, of course, I'm going to give the English translation also. Matha Bhumi Putro Aham Pridivyaha. It is there in the Atharva Veda. The meaning is that the earth is my mother and I am her child. It promotes the natural relationship with the planet, treating it as a mother figure. This is exactly the one of the important verses. And one more thing is about what is the global perspective, because our topic is connected, our conference topic is connected with both the things, global as well as the local perspective. That is why as I started thinking about what I can bring this to the conference. So what exactly connected with the global perspective is about? It is called in Sanskrit Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It means I want to treat my whole world as a one family. So just for the sake of the Indian benefit, I cannot take a decision that is going to what you call damage my neighbors. I should be very careful. I should treat that all my neighbors are my family. This is there in the Atharva Veda. This translates that the whole world is one family. It is called the holistic worldview prevalent in the Indian thought, extending universal kinship and the interconnectedness, urging human responsibility for well-being of the natural environment. Everyone should be responsible for the environment. We will take another same world Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, same phrase, same philosophy. You can see the Upanishad also. This is the another Upanishad. It is called the Maha Upanishad, and the 6.72. They mention that I'm quoting the English one. The narrow-minded think this person is mine and this one is not. For those of the noble conduct, the whole world is one family. This is the same thing, quoted by the Upanishad and quoted by the Vedas. We'll take another verse from the Vedas. It is from the Rig Veda. So water and the plants are valuable treasures for the generations to come. This is from the Rig Veda. And another quote from the Yajurveda: do not poison or do not pollute your water and do not cut the trees. This is from the Yajurveda. And another quote from the Atharva Veda: whatever I dig from the earth, may that have the quick growth again. Even though I'm I'm planting, maybe I'm using the tree. See that I'm actually planting the one more tree. Always this, if I'm using anything for any purpose, see that actually that is again growing and growing and growing. Always I'm maintaining the more than the balance. There is another quote by the Yajurveda. I'm quoting only English one. So I look at every entity of nature with the eye of a friend and the sympathizer. Yeah, this is what exactly important. Unless there is a very grave need, I'm not going to cut the plant. This is by another Ishavasya Upanishad. This is by the another Upanishad. Environment belongs to all living beings, so it needs protection by all for the welfare of the all. This is this is the first shloka of the this Upanishad. Ishavasya vidam sarvam etkinchin jagadjayam jagat tena tetyena bunjita magiridam kashyatdan. This is the first verse of it. It says that actually you should be friend with the what you call the competitive nature. So the theme of environmental preservation and the conservation is found throughout the Hinduism. Even you can see any, even in the Islamic thought also you can see, of course, I'm not getting into the Islam, Jainism and the Buddhism, but basically you can see any scripture in the world. Actually, it is very much deep rooted in the, what you call the environmental ethics. Now we'll try to see some of the local empowerment for the sustainability. Ancient sages and the cultural practices emphasize the importance of the caring for the flora, fauna, and the prakriti. So we call it the mother nature, with the wisdom passed down through the cultural rituals. You take any cultural rituals of the local people. You take any village, or you can take any tribal community, their festivals, their songs, their poems, their folk tales, any type of devotional activities, what they are doing, there is very much deeply rooted in the environmental ethics. Tribal communities often have a deep connection to the nature with their festivals, dances, and the oral literature. Of course, now presently we are having the what you call the written literature, but previously they used to pass on the knowledge from the one generation to the next generation through the oral literature. Then you can see so many stories of this. But why this connection happened? Why is that the tribals? Why is that the Rig Vedas? Why is that the Upanishads? They say that the human being and the nature, and they're able to see the similarity. The reason is that everything, it can be the nature, it can be the plant, it can be the animals, it can be the human being, the raw material is the same. Everything generated out of the only 5 elements. It can be even the stone, it is made out of the 5 elements. It can be a sage. It can be any the highest developed individual, like you take the Aurobindo Boshu. Any person is a combination of these 5 elements, from the stone to the highly achieved individual. What are these 5 elements? In Hinduism, humans are said to be made up of the 5 natural vital elements. One is called the earth, second one is called the water, third one is called the air, fourth one is called the fire, and the fifth one is called the sky. Just to combine these 5 elements, then you can see you will get the plant, you will get the animal, you will get the human being, you will get a postdoctoral scholar, or you can get the what you call an educated person, but different level of the combination. So that is why, because what the elements that are there outside also existing inside me, I cannot see any difference between the external world and the internal world. This is the philosophy of what you call we call this is the Panchabhutas. It is called the 5 elements. Now we'll try to say some of the important practices at the local level that are actually practiced by the individuals in India. So yeah, before going that, I will also touch upon this Buddhism and Jainism also. How is that? Because you can see that Buddhism, Jainism birth in the India. So I cannot say that only stop with the Hinduism. Just I will take 1 or 2 important sentences. Buddhism emphasizes environmental ethics through the concept like the non-harming. You should not harm anyone. Compassion for all beings. interconnectedness, mindful consumption, whatever you consume, but be mindful of it, respect for the nature. And also detachment from the material possessions and sustainability lifestyle, reducing the consumption and the waste. This is about the what you call Buddhism. You can see one country, Bhutan, what you call the borrowed this concept. This is the one country having the carbon negative country in the world. They follow what you call, that the happiness, gross national happiness. They are measuring not the GDP. They are measuring the natural happiness. That because they are rooted in the cultural practice of the Buddhism. Now we will look into the Jainism. They say that air and the water contain the life. They say that life is not only with the plants and the animals. Even the water is also having the life. Even the air is also having the life. That is why you are not supposed to what you call the put the violence. You should not pollute the water. Compassion toward all beings, a lifestyle that minimizes harm to the environment. So these are some of the important things that are actually what you call promoted in the Jainism and the Hinduism and the Buddhism. Sustainable practices in the Jainism, ahimsa, apigraha means you are not supposed to take somebody else's what you call the wealth. Then the vegetarianism and the spiritual ecology. These are all the things practiced in the Jainism. Then after that, we will see some of the, these are some of the local practices. I will just, if the time is there, then I will try to go through this. Otherwise, you remind me, I will stop where the time is. My final time is there. Some of the important, the movement that are presently practiced in India is about the one movement is called the Bishnoi movement, Chipko movement, Apiko movement, Benda village in Maharashtra, Biti community in some of the important states of Manipur and Assam, Narmada Bachao Andolan, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, International Solar Alliance, and the Navami Ganje program. First, we will take this Bishnoi movement. It's very, very old movement that practiced in India, especially the western part of India, Rajasthan. In the year 1730, this is the one social group, one social community. There is a one desert in India. It is called the Thar Desert. So these people surrounding that location, these people actually they protect the one tree. The tree name is called the Kejri tree. What is this property of this tree? Is that it moisture retaining properties this tree is having. And when the local king, one day he ordered that that uprooting this all the trees. Then this woman called the this woman, what happened is that she went and embraced the what you call the tree, and the king started killing all the people. Up to almost more than the 300 people they started killing. Then everyone started what you call embracing this tree. Then the king realized that actually I should not do this. Actually, I should listen to the people. That is where we got the what you call the Bishnoi movement started. So to protect the what you call the Kejri tree. So this is the tree. You can see this. So it restores the soil facility. This Bishnoi approach reflects the biocentrism, where all living beings, humans, animals, and the plants are considered valuable and interdependent parts of the ecosystem. This is basically the root of what you call the hugging the trees or the what you call the protecting the trees. This is where you can see a Chipko movement in India. This is called the Amrita Devi Vaishnav Wildlife Protection Award. Whoever is actually protecting the nature, government of that the India actually they're giving the awards to those people. From this, we have the what you call the Chipko movement in India. This is also called the tree hugging movement. They have taken the what you call the insight from the Bishnoi movement, and when there is a dam, started what you call the uprooting the local people and uprooting the trees and the forest. Then these people say that actually they started protecting the what you call this the trees. That is why we call this is the Chipko movement. That means they wanted to protect ecological what you call the balance.
Excuse me, Prof. Butler.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you still have 3 minutes for presentation.
Right. I'm just going fast.
Yes,
There
yes.
is another Apiko movement. It is about the one forest in the Kalasai forest. The same thing, they also what you call hugging the trees. There is another village called the Benda village in Maharashtra. These people say that actually whatever the territory that with this village is there, actually others should not enter. So they are going to bring the what you call the balance within that village. Then we have the Methi community. I will share one more. Yeah, Narmada Bachao Andolan. This is actually urbanization at the bigger dams. Government actually spending the huge money to build the huge, what you call the dams. But in the process, what is happening is that they are uprooting all the tribal communities just to give the water to the, what you call the urban people. That is fine. But the point is about these local people are there, tribal people, they have a lot of connection with the nature and their, what you call the land. So you cannot simply sitting it in the government and you cannot take the decision. So these people, they started the Narmada Bachao Andolan. So that means to protect the, what you call the nature there. So they say that actually you cannot take the decision to give the water to the urban people. There is also latest from the Narendra Modi government, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Clean India Mission. They started very recently in 2014. So they wanted to eliminate the open defecation because still this is prevalent in India. So to promote, to eliminate this, they started this one. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, then the International Solar Alliance. This is about, that you have to produce Prakriti Dharma and harmoniously you have to generate the electricity. Then again, it is about the Ganges. Ganges river is very sacred in India. To clean this Ganges, they came out with the Namami Ganges program. Yeah, this is what exactly some of the important examples. So what exactly finally I want to say is that Indian sustainability movements are often deeply rooted in the spiritual and the ethical beliefs. Indian environmentalism views nature not as a resource to be exploited, but as an entity to be revered and protected. Traditional Indian practices emphasize harmony between the human being and the environment, seeing the well-being of the both as interconnected. And Indian sustainability movements often focus on more localized environmental protection strategies and also specific to the communities or the regions. I think with this, I will stop it here. I will take one or two questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Botwa, for interesting presentation. And please stay with us for the Q&A session, Prof. Botwa.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to all 6 distinguished speakers who have presented the enlightening and fruitful material. So now we move to the Q&A session. I believe that there will be many questions arise during this conference, but due to the time constraint, so I just provide 3 participants to ask a question, 2 from offline and 1 from online. So now I invite the participants offline who wants to ask question. You can just raise up your hands and please mention your name, your affiliation, and then give a brief and clear question. And please mention to who speakers you want to address the question. Okay, so please for the first, yes. You can just stand up and please the community, please help with the mic. Okay, and then the second is from Aceh. Okay. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sofian Martin Teva. I'm from Nusa Cendana University. Thank you for the opportunity. I truly appreciate this insightful presentation and discussion that have been shared till now. So, sustainable role is to ensure all party got fair benefits, not only for the present time, but for the future generation, which include the fairness for local community, the sustainable of environment, and to enhance the economy. It's interesting. Personally, I genuinely amazed about the frugal innovation presentation that uh, presented by Dr. Eriadi. I don't know this thing ever exists before, so thank you for the great explanation, Dr. Eriadi. But right now, here I'd like to raise questions regarding how we can ensure that the economic benefits of tourism are truly felt by local communities and not only by large investors. So, not in a while ago, there's a case at Nembrala in Rotendao Island, which that many tourism businesses are dominated by outside investors. The ownership of land, hotels, and resorts is mostly in the hands of non-local or foreign investors. And as the result, the local community receive very little benefits. Also, they are often working only in a low wage jobs without having ownership or control over the tourism economy around them. So my question is, what concrete strategies can be implemented by local government and communities to ensure that the economic benefits of the tourism, particularly in this case like Nembrala, are shared more fairly? Um, how can we enable local people to become not just workers but also the main actors and owner within their own tourism ecosystem? Also, on this opportunity, I would love to hear some thought from our special guest today. Maybe like from international perspective, like what's the best practices from other countries could be applied or adapted to the to help address the similar issues like this. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Sofian, for the question. And okay, so the question is maybe can be answered by Mr. Robin Chen. Yes, and also maybe Prof. Che Anissa, if you're still with us, you can also give an insight for the question. So, and maybe we can just continue for the second question before the first question is answered by the speaker. So please, Pak, please, the committee there, please hand over the mic in front of, in the seat, in the front.
Okay, thank you. My name Abdul Isman from the Islamic University in Aceh. Uh, I want to know, Mr. Paula, how local wisdom to promotion green tourism in entity. That is very important for me. How to combination next time in Aceh. The second one to Mr. Chen, yeah, Mr. Chen, how Xiamen community and Taiwan community to promote tourism in Taiwan. Uh, this is how Taiwan community and Xiamen people to communication to promote tourism in Taiwan, in China.怎么样他们关系也跟我们应该知道怎么样台湾人还是中国人关系，你们一样文化，对呀，OK，谢谢，再见。
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Usman. Okay, so now we are going to the Professor Dr. Che Anissa Binti Chewel. Maybe you can just answer the first question, please.
Industry is actually
we couldn't hear.
come into a service marketing. So when we look at the service marketing, there are always a problems of managing supply and demand. Okay, so there is no single formula to answer to these questions, but when we have to look at a global perspective. I mean, you have to you zoom and you have to bird eye view of it. Okay, so there must be a clear framework first. We need to have a clear framework. So maybe this is a another PhD topic that needs to look on into this one. Okay, first of all, we need to build a framework, okay, where we need to identify the stakeholders. okay, the stakeholders that will be involved. Okay, maybe we can start it at the particular locations or destination first. Okay, who are the stakeholders on that? Okay, and what are the objective or interest of the stakeholders. Okay, as what being asked by our participant just now is that if the major stakeholders for that particular place, for example, place A is the local community over there. So means that they are the one who should champion on that. Okay, and the government organizations should be there in place so that we're going to integrate from the framework. You need to identify the stakeholders first, okay, and who going to lead in the several locations. So this is like we said that it's easier said than done, okay, because of coming out or suggesting a framework that include every single stakeholders to sit in together to discuss so that every stakeholders will play a role. What are the role that should be played by each of the stakeholders and who going to lead that stakeholders? Okay, if there is no leader that being appointed by in that frameworks, again, we repeat the same cycle. Okay, like you said that the investors who have more money will come to your place and build a huge hotel, and of course the tourists who come to your place will stay at that hotel, and again the local community will not benefit at all. Okay, so when we have that framework, so the framework might be different according to the community, so that must be a control agent who oversee this. Okay, so means that there must be a single or one stakeholders that being appointed to be a leader, so that they will control the environment or the who will take part on that things. Okay, so this is something that we are looking forward. I think most of the country, even in the world also, we have not yet come into that framework that involve all the stakeholders, and we select what we call a leader that will lead that particular place. So it should be start small before we can do it in for a country, for example. So you look everywhere. So for example, like you say, everybody is going for to what you call it, to Japan to see cherry blossom. Okay, and during that cherry blossom, it must be over tourism during that place. Why? Because this is service. Sometimes you cannot you cannot balance between demand and supply, because some of the places are being a point of interest at a particular period of time. So there must be some mechanism that we need to choose to impose on. Okay, when we have that framework where we identify the stakeholders, so there must be some control mechanism to make sure that this is the maximum capacity of this place for that time. So whoever who have not yet planned their trip or vacation at that place, they will need to come next year or somewhere around. Okay, so again, we need a framework, okay, to solve this, where the in that framework we need to consider all the stakeholders that will take a lead at a particular location and so on. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Che Anissa Binti Chewal, for the answer. And so all stakeholders must play role equally. Okay, thank you. And we move to the second question, and Mr. Robin will answer the question first before Dr. Paulina. Please.
That's okay. Thank you for the questions. And about the question is how to promote the Taiwan's tourism. Okay, so we can take a look. Basically, Taiwan is not a very big country. Yeah, and if you take a look in the map, yeah, the Thailand is just one of the islands. Yeah, and how the Taiwans they can promote for the tourisms. Yeah, I think one of the reason is they can promote by enhance or promote that Taiwan is a very safe country. Yeah, so even like in the midnight, in the 11, in the 12, yeah, if you go outside, yeah, it will be a very safe. Yeah, and Taiwan is also rich of the cultures. Yeah, so they will try to promote and they will try to introduce the cultures to the around the world. Yeah, so this is I think one of the way Taiwan's they can promote their tourism. Yeah.
Thank you the question, sir. Uh, the example of the local wisdom into sustainable tourism management and implementation in East Nusa Tenggara is like forest and environmental management. There is the Boti village in central south South Central Timor. They believe in Hilaika. Hilaika, a faith center on to natural ruler in Bahasa Uispa and Uisneno. Uh, the mean of God of the sky and Mother of Earth. So, Uispa is regarded as the mother who governs and safeguard the life of universe. This belief inspired the Boti people to deeply respect and protect the forest and all in constant which are integrated to their identity. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Paulina, to answer the question. And for the online question, we can just skip and we can just forward to the speaker because our time is up for the Q&A session. And so thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the Q&A session is over, and before I close the panel session, I just want to bring up the conclusion that sustainable tourism is not merely about attracting visitors, but also about empowering local communities to take an active role in shaping their tourism landscapes. So it is very important to empower, or it is very important that all tourism stakeholders play an equal role in decision-making processes and governance. It's not only about local communities, but also particularly for micro, small, and medium enterprises, such as, or for example, artisanal industry, or the example from East Nusa Tenggara province is woven industry. So there is no more expression that luxury for tourists, misery for local, but it changes to luxury for tourists as well as the happiness and advantage for the local. So again, thank you for all for our panel session today. Thank you for your attention. And again, thank you very much to our 6 distinguished speakers that have been joining us offline and virtually and for sharing knowledge and expertise with us. We hope that we can have further cooperation in the future. And also thank you to all participants who are joining us offline and online, and hope the participants can still be with us for the parallel session after the lunch break. And last but not least, thank you so much for the committee, and see you all next year on the 4th of Icemat 2026. Good afternoon, everyone. And now I hand over to the MC.
Yes. Thank you to all speakers and moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, before lunch, let us enjoy traditional dance from East Nusa Tenggara. To dancer, time it's yours. Give applause. Thank you for that beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, we will enter our lunch break. After that, we will continue with the parallel sessions. Please return to your seat at 2 p.m. Enjoy your lunch and take this time to network and rest. Thank you and happy lunch.